Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to the channel. I'd like to welcome my first people in the chat and not welcome the fact that Comcast apparently just dumped my bandwidth on the floor. Come on, Comcast, you can do this. It might be a Monday afternoon, but you're an ISP, not a person. All right, we have Jeremy, Biggie John, Everything is Broken Garage, and Adam. Adam, who is, strangely enough, about to board a plane. So Adam, hope you have a good flight. Jeremy, guess doctor's appointment, you'll be in and out. I will get to the Franklin Ace getting some measurements for you. That's not the first thing on the bench because, well, I already had something else on the bench. But I'll get those dimensions for you. And Ryan, yes, afternoon. No, actually, Jeremy, it is 1 p.m. Eastern. So, yes, I will check the Franklin Ace 500. I did tell you to remind me. And if the second thing I put on my workbench isn't the Franklin Ace 500, and you're here, you can remind me that, but wait, you told me the Franklin Ace 500 second. So, you might be asking, what is first on this computer and Sink-a-thon stream? Well, you were watching my stream on Thursday. Yeah. Oh, Sloppy Malibu is lurking. Hey. And Ryan is at work playing with some 3D printers. Well, this time tomorrow I will be at work. I took the day off today so I could stream longer. Because apparently, when I decide to take days off for doing things like this, I pick really cold, breezy, drizzly days. And yeah, it's a little bit cold in my basement at, I think when I looked at the temperature a little bit earlier. Oh, Biggie John, thank you. I'm sure Patreon will send me a notification. There is one thing I am watching on my phone. I will apologize in advance, but I have a package coming from Amazon that requires a signature. So I'm watching my doorbell camera to make sure I don't have UPS waiting for a signature, because I would like my camera lens. Apparently, they've started requiring signatures on camera lenses. And one of the things I'm going to get with anything I make on my computer and Sink-a-thon stream is probably a new webcam, because this thing is driving me nuts. It is seemingly losing its ability to focus. Yes. Well, yeah, that is true, Ryan. If it was a nice sunny day, then I would probably not want to be in my basement or at work. But yeah, it, I think, was 54 degrees Fahrenheit in my basement when I was checking a little while ago, because I have a issue with the battery for my lawnmower and leaf blower. And I was looking at what the temperature was, just so if they ask, what's the temperature you're charging your battery at, I could tell them, yes, a balmy 54 degrees Fahrenheit. And they'd probably go, oof, well, that's not too hot. Shouldn't have any trouble charging it. So, 54 Fahrenheit in Celsius is cold. 12.2 degrees Celsius for those of you that think Celsius. And I have some heat running because the when it's a little bit breezy, I can feel it in the basement. It's not insulated. probably an air gap or two that as soon as I can find them, I need to seal. Anyways, so the first thing I have is the 386 still on the bench because I really like the controller card that I bought for it because it's got a ROM socket on it. And Jeremy, it was a couple weeks ago, but Jeremy actually found the actual ROM image that would have come in this card. So I decided, because the seller that was selling them had one more in stock, that I was going to go ahead and buy it so that I would have another decent I/O card. So anyway, and burn another ROM and put the ROM in and give it a try and make sure the card works. So figured now was as good a time as any to test it because I have the correct computer on the bench. All right, so I picked a random EEPROM. It is a TMS 27C256. Yep, and I have the correct device loaded in the software here. So I think the one I want is, how about version 2.2? And we'll go ahead and program this device. Let me make sure this EEPROM is blank. It is, and go ahead and program it. All right, and it looks like it programmed, so let me do a quick verify. Excellent. All right. So I now have another ROM. And let me find, because it will unnerve folks to no end if I don't put something over the little window. Now, I will go find my label maker later, and I'll make a label for both of these. There we go. I have a ROM with version 2.2 of the firmware on it. And we'll take the card. And everything looks to be in good shape. Let me go ahead and stick the ROM in the socket. I will check the jumpers. There we go. ROM is in the correct orientation. Let me pull the first card out because I'm going to just jumper the second card the same way as the first one. And good thing I did, because it looks like whoever had this in their computer before it got pulled for selling on eBay had changed the default settings. Let's see here. So it looks like the first four. See, I think that matches there now. And let's see here. This, I believe, is the ROM setting. And yeah, just let's see here. I think that is. Oh, yeah, and I was moving the serial port. Serial 2. Okay. All right, I believe this card has the same jumper settings as the first one. So I should now be able to just put this in. And whoops. Hopefully this computer will boot without any issues. That is, as soon as I put a graphics card in it. And for anyone that knows the trouble I had with graphics cards, I bought another one this weekend. It's not a Trident card. I've given up on the Trident cards. Okay, power supply is plugged in. And see here, change to the capture input and probably all right, this motherboard probably needs recapped because it does not like turning on the first power up. And it looks like it's not going to do it for the second one either. There we go. I get powered up. Oh, there we go. Okay. And there we go. There's the BIOS. And hopefully if I plug things in correctly. Oh. Okay. Let me check. All right, let me double check the jumper settings. Because okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 2 and 3. Okay. All right. Well, let's try again. There we go. Maybe I guess I didn't have my adapter plugged in quite right. All right. Looks like that card is working. As far as I can tell. I don't have a way to thoroughly test it, but anyways. All right. So I got a spare controller card that has a LBA BIOS on it. So very good. All right. Well, that does that test. And I guess while I've got this computer on the bench, there's one more thing that I bought for it, or for another computer. I don't know if I'll put it in this computer or not, but I got one of these Crystal Audio, table cam, Crystal Audio sound cards, pulled out of a Packard Bell. I don't know how good these are, how good they've withstood the test of time. It does have an actual Yamaha YMF 262 on it, so hopefully it works. Let me see here. Check the jumper. So jump config. All right, J. Oh, I really like the oh, there we go. Okay, so JX1 is on 1 and 2, but that doesn't matter. That's the microphone. So I need a JMPBO is what it's labeled on the silkscreen as. Oh, there it is. And 1 and 2 is for 220 hex. All right. Yep, I think it's an Aztec. Oh, yeah, I can, so Packard Bell thought they were all, smart and all by putting a label so that you couldn't see the Aztec branding, but actually, Okay, it's probably hard to see on camera, but yeah, you can clearly see it says Aztec under that sticker. So I'm not even going to try to peel the sticker up because I don't want to void. I don't want to void whatever gets voided if I tamper with it. Although I do at least want to make sure that the components that have gotten mangled over time are not shorting out. Hold on. Oh, I heard something, but it was not the noise I'm listening for. All right, so that transistor is not going to short anything because one of the transistors kind of bent over. All right, well, at least it looks like it should be relatively safe to plug in. Let me see, it does have a line out, and I think my audio cable is still on the bench somewhere. So, there we go, line out. I'll let Windows try to detect the sound card. But the reason I picked the sound card is it seemed to be about the right level of generic sound card for a computer of the time period. Although I think in reality it would have probably come with a. Oh well, probably would have come in a 486 or Pentium computer, but well, it's close enough. And I think they're oh, probably from a Packard Bell 486. Okay, well, close enough. Yeah, I guess looking at that, it probably is the 486. I think a lot of the Pentiums actually came with the modem sound card. A very similar chipset. So, anyways, kind of thought it was kind of a I don't know, type appropriate. The budget sound card that gets included with a budget computer. Drivers are available though, so I guess because they were so plentiful, the drivers are out there. Okay, so I forgot to plug the mouse in. That's fine. All right, so let's see if Windows even detects it. Or I may have to run add remove hardware because this isn't a plug and play motherboard, so I don't know if Windows is going to necessarily detect that I put a sound card on it. Yeah, okay. Also, even though it's a serial mouse and you can plug it in without too much trouble, if you forget to plug in the serial mouse, it's not like Windows detects that you plug it in later. I mean, I think if I did something to let it detect hardware, it'd probably see that I plugged the mouse in, but there we go. Oh, hey, Retro Tech Chris. I am having a great day today. I am testing out a... Yeah, I have a couple people who are actually watching and working, so... Being the last Monday of the month, I thought it was a particularly good day to play hooky from work. Although, granted, I think hookie's probably not the right term because it's not like it hasn't been on my calendar for a number of weeks. I think technically hooky would be if I just called out this morning and was... But no, it's been on my calendar. There we go. We got a mouse. So, let's see here. Did it? Oh, okay. I do not... The reason why the floppy drive is showing an error is because I don't have a floppy drive connected, but there's one configured. We'll see how long I go, Jeremy. It depends on interest and Comcast's ever-increasing ability to dump my bandwidth on the floor. Oh, Amazon thinks I'd like a deal on windshield wiper blades. Wonderful. Well, oh, this card is not being detected. I may have to download. Let me see here. Ah, okay. If at first you don't succeed, try a different method. All right, let's do control panel. Here we go. Yeah, I bet this will work. Add new hardware. This is probably what I have to do here. All right, well, Chris, good luck with your customer meeting. Hope it goes well. Do I want Windows to search for my new hardware? Yes. Windows will now search for your new hardware. It's like Spaceballs. Preparing ship for light speed. Light speed in 3, 2, 1. Go! Oh yeah, and I just remembered I did plug in my multi-sync monitor, so... Yeah, one of the things that I should be getting from Amazon today, although I don't know if I'll install it on stream, because it's not really something I can install on stream, but believe me... Oh! Hold on, I think I've got a courier. Oh, it is UPS. Let me go upstairs and make sure they don't need a signature. So I will be right back while I wait for... well, actually, he's about to pull off, but let me go see what he did and did not leave. I will be right back. No camera lens for me today unless I go to the hardware store after 5 p.m. Because I did not see the pop-up notification that said doorbell rung. Because I don't think he rung the doorbell. I think the UPS driver thought I wasn't home like always and slapped the note on the door and went. Anyways, I'll have to go get that package from the hardware store after 5 p.m. So I'll probably do well, sometime this evening I'll take a short break and do that because I think more than just the camera lenses in that box. So yes, let's see here. Oh, I can't do a 24-hour stream. Let's see here. Does Amazon have an option for a bucket of bandwidth? I wish. I wish they did. So, anyways, I did though bring down some of the other things I bought. And I'm knocking things off left and right. But anyways, I finally broke down and I got a set of these. So these are those strain relief bushing. There we go. Strain relief bushing assembly tools. These are actually quite expensive for what they are, but then again, I guess they know they've got a corner on the market if you want to remove those strain relief bushings without destroying them. Yeah, yeah, if I might design that sticker, Ryan, because that is the I mean, I didn't want to stick a note on my door because why do I want to advertise to anyone driving by that, oh, there's a note on my door, that must mean I'm expecting something. Just in case today was like crime syndicate day or something, but I shouldn't have to leave a note on my door to, if I've got a signature required package, ring the doorbell. Don't assume I'm not home because I'm usually never home. But in fact, I'm gonna look at my pop-up notifications and I will yeah, let's see, person detected, yeah, person was detected. He didn't ring the doorbell. My doorbell is connected to my phone. Yeah, I could not be bothered to ring the doorbell sticker. The UPS driver gets a dozen of them. All right, I would like to say that FedEx would be here today because there's something in my FedEx delivery that also requires a signature. And they, at least last time I tracked it, I'm going to track the package again because there's no way it's... No, they still say it's coming today. Well, that would require it to have gone out for delivery at some point. Oh, that's not that package, though. Let's try that one. Yeah, I've got something in here. Updated delivery, Monday, before the end of day. In transit. So at 9:59 yesterday, they're declaring the shipment is arriving early in Hagerstown. And it has not moved since. And they're not, yeah, that package is not coming today. I might as well go and edit that package and have them take it to Walgreens because it ain't coming today. All right. Yes. Well, at least this one came here. This is going to be a fun one. I might actually start to work on this today. Especially if I feel like getting punished. Well, it wasn't packaged entirely the greatest. But anyways. Oh, table cam time. Yeah. Actually, it might be quicker if I just, if you went down the road, picked it up, and drove it to me. So I have this is a Socket 7 motherboard here. It's actually one of the cool ones that included the like video sound card. Let's see how bad this one's going to be. Okay, so this is not in working condition. I'll get back to my Windows 95 in a moment. So this is one of the boards that has the cool sound video card. So it's just the Vibra 16C, but it is a ATI Mach 64, and it's got upgraded RAM in it. So that goes in the proprietary slot on the motherboard. Got some pins I'll have to unmangle there, but nothing too bad on this card, I don't think. And luckily, even though they didn't put anything to separate the two boards, it looks like it didn't cause any extra damage. No, This is where it's going to be fun here. Let's see here. So this is an Asus P/I-P55T2P4. So this is Intel HX chipset, which I think is one of the better ones. So it's just got the award BIOS, keyboard connector, well, the little metal, okay, well, the keyboard connector is probably going to need to be replaced, but it'll probably work to test it, assuming I fix what's wrong with it. Now I'm going to just kind of maybe slowly show this, and let's see if anyone happens to notice the, oh, hey, Sean. Let's see if anyone happens to notice the potential problem with this board here. I'll give you a clue. I'm not exactly necessarily talking about the fact that that's just a Pentium 133 without MMX, and this board supports MMX. Not even really trying to say that that Dallas chip is the problem, even though I know it's going to be dead or flat or both. That socketed chip I don't think is necessarily required there, unless I want it to cache more than like 64 megabytes. I mean, that right there, though, might be a problem. Yeah, can you tell? I got some repairs to do on this board. Oh, and there's a few more scratches on the bottom, but I don't know that they're as deep. So anyways, I probably, well, if I get this fixed, I didn't overpay for it, but I may have overpaid for it. But then again, I wanted a slight challenge. So there we go. That's a couple traces there that I want to fix. Otherwise, though, it's got like, I think it's got 32 megabytes of RAM on it. It has metal SIM sockets. Let me see what these are. They are, no. Wait a minute. Did I just score? Hold on, I may have just scored here. No, I thought it had 32. I thought it had 32 megabytes of RAM on it. I think, even if I don't get this board fixed, the RAM that's on it might be worth what I paid for this board. I thought it had 32 megabytes of RAM on it. If this RAM works, this is 128 megabytes of RAM for 32 megabyte SIMs. So I might actually be okay even if I can't repair this board. Because that's 128 megabytes of RAM. Plus the cache, the coast module, and the processor, assuming the processor works. So if I can't fix the board, I may still be fine because I didn't realize it has 128 megabytes of RAM on it. So I guess I could always find another board that can use this card. So, because this card probably is fine. And in fact, I could probably use this as a video card in any PCI motherboard as long as there wasn't something to obstruct with this connector on the back. I could probably use it as just a video card in any motherboard. So, yeah, so that's the, yeah, I don't know that I robbed them. I did, let's see. How much did I pay for this? All right. This is the, I'm going to pull up my eBay auctions, and I don't remember what I paid for it, but we'll, let's see. Did Justin get a good, reasonable price for this? Now seeing that it actually has 128 megabytes of RAM on it. Let's see here. I paid, oh, $42 plus shipping. So yeah, actually, I probably, I think I'm fine. Even if I can't repair the board, I think I'm fine. Because I got 128 megabytes of RAM I can use elsewhere. I got a coast module I can use elsewhere. And I possibly even have a processor I could use elsewhere. And I guess theoretically, I could even, if this board was not repairable, I could even start stealing parts off of it. I mean, it's got 4 PCI slots and 3 ISA slots, and SIM sockets with metal clips. Yeah, I think that's why I thought it was probably worth $42. Yeah, and actually, I'm looking at the auction listing. The auction listing says 32 megabytes of RAM, so I was not imagining things. The auction listing really did say it had 32 megabytes of RAM, so thank you, eBay seller, for either not realizing it had 4 of the same module in it, or, well, quite honestly, it did say in the auction listing 4 parts, failed testing. So, I mean, all you gotta do is look at that big scratch on the board. There's those traces need to be repaired. So, anyways, they weren't able to test it to see. So, anyways, it'd be nice if this was the slightly better sound chip, because it doesn't have the YMF 262 on it. I don't know what it would take to upgrade this board. It looks like I suspect there's a lot of components I'd have to install, so I'll probably use this as like an example of a low-end socket 7 deal combo you could get. I mean, it's probably got the built-in awful sounding Creative Labs or YMF 262 synthesizer. So Jeremy's telling me I need to look for the Dremel attachment that's green and like a pencil eraser. Green and like a pencil eraser. Dremel attachment. Hold on. I am looking for my Dremel box, which apparently I moved because I keep using it as a prop and not actually opening it. I think it might actually have some of those in it. If not, well, that's yet another thing I'll add to my wish list. And oh, there it is. No, it doesn't have any of those in it. Okay, I'll look for some of those. Oh, apparently Comcast is being mean to me. All right, I'm sure this stream is probably... Well, it keeps... I keep getting warnings from YouTube, but we're moving on. All right. All right, Sean, I'll see you later. Okay, yeah, I'll look for those, Jeremy. In fact, actually, one nice thing about streaming longer, I can just go ahead and add those to something so I can remember to get some. Dremel, accessories. In fact, if someone, Jeremy, if you've got a link for one handy, but I think I know what you're talking about, so if I can find the link first, I'll drop it in the chat and let you confirm that I found the right one. Apparently, let's see here, attachments. That looks like it, but I don't know that that's it. Is it? Here, let me put this. Oh. Jeremy, is this it? I mean, it doesn't really look like a pencil eraser, but it does look like what I think I've seen folks use. And they are green. Oh, wait a minute, or is it this? 100 pieces rubber grinding heads? Actually, or is it the second one here that I found? Which I don't know. Nope, that's not it. Okay, well, what about that one? And they're also green. Oh, those are also stone, not rubber? Rubber. Okay, rubber. Rubber. Okay, well, let's see if maybe the second one. Okay, the second one is correct. All right, well, let me just, there we go. Okay. I have that saved off so that hopefully next time I buy some things on Amazon, I'll remember to get some of those. I'll give them a try. Okay, so looks like Windows 95 did detect my sound card. Probably. Let's see if it's going to install without me needing to go find the driver disk. Actually, I'm looking at this monitor I have attached to my video card, and quite honestly, the output isn't as clear as I thought it was, so maybe some of my issues were just how bad VGA looks sometimes. I don't know. I still think there was something wrong with a bunch of those video cards. All right, well, while I wait for it to install drivers, let me see if I can't, so that I don't forget, let me see if I can, this package that's supposed to come today, that I don't think is going to come today. I'm going to go ahead and ask FedEx to hold it. And their website's going to give me some generic error message. Of course. Confirm hold. Oh, let me guess. The seller of this Macintosh that I paid a whole $21.50 for probably not only paid for adult signature required for some weird reason, I bet they paid for no redirects too. Lovely. I'm going to have to sign for the package at home. It's not probably going to come today. Well, I'll try later tonight. Maybe their website's just confused because it still thinks they're going to deliver the package today, and they're not. It's still in transit from Hagerstown. It's not getting on a truck in time to be delivered today. Maybe I gotta wait for them to finish deciding that to process the delivery exception that their system's probably trying to figure out if it is or is not going to be delivered and throw a delivery exception. Then maybe it'll let me process a hold. Because the thing is, the error message wasn't something saying that the sender requested that it not be held. It was just this can't be processed at this time. Please try again later. So if your please try again later is the error you get when you can't actually redirect the package to a FedEx point or whatever they call their, they got a fancy name for the retail places that you can pick up FedEx packages at. Well, oh, hey, Ron, welcome. Okay, so I think I did get enough to get the sink. Although I still could use some... Probably could still use about $50 of plumbing fittings to actually install it. Give or take a few dollars. But I did actually get enough to raise the sink. But not necessarily enough to get all the plumbing fittings I'll need. And then there were a few like a Naboo or something like that. Yeah, I got the I think I pretty much was able to get the sink money, but not the money for the all the pipes. Because and it's just an estimate too, because I'm going to have to take another picture of my basement and show my coworker and ask, okay, well, what plumbing parts should I go ahead and have on hand before we try to put this thing in? Because I think I got an idea, but oh yeah, Jeremy. Okay, the rest of my coffee goal is because there's a few vintage computers that I have the opportunity to save. Some of them, if I can pay for shipping, then I think I save them. And well, I did want a Naboo too, so I did already order the Naboo because that was kind of one of those. Yeah, I probably shouldn't order it, but if I don't order it, then they're going to run out. And it currently seems as if, at least as the Naboos go, the only ones they got for sale right now are the ones without a keyboard. So I think I might have. Either they'll have more of the ones with a. More of the ones with a keyboard later, or they're out of the ones with keyboards. All right, Jeremy, I may send you the picture and you can take a stab at what I'll need. Because I think I need the I think I know which pipes I got to tie into, and then whatever I got to figure out what brand of PEX pipes is up in the ceiling, which I can't see right here, but I know it's PEX because I recognize the fittings. I guess the one nice thing is this house is, since it's one of the last ones to be built in the subdivision, it actually has PEX and not that awful stuff that the gray pipe that like just randomly bursts and floods your entire house. Because there's a lot of houses in the subdivision that still have that pipe that are just hey, there we go. Oh, so this is the Aztec Sound Galaxy Washington 16. I think I would have preferred the Lincoln, but Washington 16. Do I even have sound? Of course, the thing is, I can't hear the sound, and I'm almost expecting someone on stream is going to say, "Yeah, we hear the sound. It's way too loud." Media player. I'll open. Nope. I don't want to play that one. Let's see here. I think I can remember where the. Let's see here. No, I think it's system. Trying to remember where the MIDI sounds are. They're like in some weird place, I think. Or maybe they're Windows. Or maybe I got the wrong program open. Maybe Media Player can't play those. Because I thought I installed Canyon.midi, but... Oh, that's right. That was actually on the Pentium 2 system. I think I installed Canyon. All right. Let me see if I can find a program that should have sound. Or control panel. I'm mousing on a surface that is not conducive to mousing. Let's see here. Sounds. Default beep. Oh. Okay, well, I installed Windows and apparently did not install the sound. So let me real quick install the parts of Windows that are missing, which is probably why no one's admitting to hearing sounds, is because it looks like I installed Windows and did not install the sounds. Details. Go. Sample sounds, I believe, is the one I want. Yeah, okay. And there we go. All right. All right, so while I wait for those sounds to install, I need to check something here. Video profile. There we go. Now I should have some sounds. Maybe it'll actually do something. I think I'm also seeing why I don't usually start streaming this early, because my bandwidth is all over the place. So I don't know that I could really do anything about the fact that, yeah, it's buffering, and I can see OBS. Oh, 14.2% dropped frames. Lovely. Okay, well, I certainly apologize for the video issues that I don't know that I can really do anything about, because that's Comcast for you. Sure, I could call them and they'd probably tell me, well, why didn't you stream at like 2 a.m. in the morning? Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. I think you hear something. Don't know how good it sounds, because it's the thing. To pipe the audio through, I can't hear it. I'd have to plug a pair of headphones into my audio capture device. Might just be a little bit on the quiet side, but I believe you should be hearing Canyon.midi. Only I had a So if you're on the stream and you want to comment on how good or bad it sounds, Does it sound like Canyon.MIDI? Does it sound like my sound card is being a robot? Is it a little on the quiet side, which I don't know that I can do much about? You can almost... Oh, so it is pretty quiet. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, you can't hear that. I just realized. All right, let me... Yeah, I just looked at the... actually where the volume was. Yeah, you can't hear that at all. Let me see if I can turn that sound channel up. MIDI. Let me see if that maybe did it. That's a little better. There we go. Now you probably stand a chance of hearing it. It is playing the MIDI. Yay. Let's see if I can rewind it. There we go. Yeah, the volume was turned all the way down. That's why no one could hear it. Canyon.MIDI, the #1 MIDI song for testing sound cards on YouTube. Well, looks like I got a nice cheap 16-bit sound card that probably sounds like many people remember their computer sounding like in the probably early to mid 90s. And it probably sounds somewhat decent, because if it's playing it through the Yamaha OPL chip, then I don't know what sound chip it actually plays the MIDI files through, but the important thing is it works, and it works, yeah. And while that plays, that'll grab everything out of this box that I basically just need to plug it into power. Odd thing that looks odd about it, but I got a DVD-ROM drive as well from the basically I've got the IO card, the sound card, and this DVD-ROM drive from the same seller. Looks like there's some broken plastic on it that I don't know exactly why it is the way it is, so I'm gonna plug this in so I can open the drive, or push the eject button on the drive and see what happens. I can find the power connector. I'm not going to plug it into data just yet, because actually this is probably the wrong board for doing that, but at least I can plug it into power. Probably not advised to do this while the computer's plugged in, but I want to see what these broken plastic bits are. Well, okay, I don't know what the deal with the little plastic bits are that are broken, but the drive is opening and closing. So I'll figure that out. So I'll, when I get a computer on the bench that has a better chance of actually being, well, that I could actually connect to that. Yeah, I don't know what these broken bits don't even really look like they go to this drive because the plastic doesn't match color. So maybe those plastic bits are actually from whatever computer this came out of. Just, I guess why I didn't freak out when I first saw them, because I realized, well, they may not even go to that drive, and, well, I can't tell that they do. All right, so, cool. I got a sound card. Got a... for my 386. All right. I guess it's time to get this 386 off the workbench. And we'll, oh, and Windows will, Windows 95 will be Windows 95, and I guess it just crashed instead of shutting down. Oh, well. Well, I mean, it was probably effectively shut down anyways. All right, well. Okay, I did tell Jeremy that the Franklin Ace 500 would be next. Basically, Jeremy is working on reproducing, or I guess recreating the keyboard. So I'm going to pull the Franklin Ace onto the workbench, and you're going to immediately notice that something seems amiss. Which, yes, I don't have the keyboard in my possession. It's Jeremy has it, so. But Jeremy needed me to take a few measurements, so. Oh, you're in the doctor's office. Okay. Okay, well then, Jeremy, what I'll do is I'll pull something else on the workbench. When you're out of the doctor's office, we'll pull the Franklin Ace on the workbench. That way you can freely ask for any and all measurements and opinions without having to compete resources with the doctor's office. So, how's that sound? That way you're not you don't have to worry about missing something. So I'll pull something else on the bench, and then when you're out, we'll go back to the Franklin Ace. So all right, so that's my I/O card. Let me see what else I've got here in the box. Oh, that I don't want to lose. Okay, so I have okay. Actually, we'll go to the Pentium 2 at some point this afternoon. But for now, let's take a look at this board. So, I actually recently bought another Socket 7 board, because this one had something that I've been looking for a while. I don't know that this, I think this board works, but it does have some weird damage to it. I'm going to have to, I think, bend a couple pins here. But the reason why I got this Socket 7 motherboard is, well, I mean, the fact that it has a coin cell battery on it's nice, and I bet that battery's dead. So, I mean, and it wasn't the probably absolute El Cheapo. I think this is an ESS 1869 clone sound chip. So I'm sure it'll sound absolutely, well, I don't have the header for it, but I'm sure it'll sound great. And if you didn't sense the sarcasm, oh, there we go. Well, let me turn that around so you can actually read it. So I got this board because this board has an AMI BIOS, but not just any AMI BIOS. And that's what I'm hoping to figure out now. Did I actually get what I had been hoping to get? But first, I gotta bend a few pins just to make sure we don't short anything. Oh, and I'll put my 128 megabytes of RAM to good use. I'll pop it in this board to actually see if it works. Actually, I'll even take the Pentium 133 processor and put it in here too. Might even take the Mach 64 card and see if I put it in. Looks like it'll go in this PCI slot without conflicting. I wonder if the video card will work without it being in that proprietary Asus connector. I highly suspect it will work. Because I think that proprietary connector is basically an ISA, is basically going to be an ISA slot electrically. I suspect the PCI video is connecting through the PCI slot and not using that proprietary expander slot. I think the way that weird card works is it's basically so that they didn't have to put a bridge chip on it, which would be what you'd have to do to have two devices on it. It just connects the PCI and the ISA bus. So I think that's how it works. So it doesn't need a bridge chip because it has a separate electrical connection. All right. My tweezers were gummy sticky. Hazards of using tacky flux. All right. So let me... All right, so I don't really need to bend that pin. I'm just going to go ahead and try to bend these pins back to about where they should be. Okay, there's that. This header here, I don't know what it does. I may have to put jumpers on it, so... Actually, no, putting jumpers on that might actually straighten those pins out. Okay. Alright, I think everything else is fine. Some of the pins might be slightly bent. Okay. So let me go ahead and... Alright, let me see. Oh, good. I was just looking. I do have a PS2 mouse down here, so I will be able to plug a mouse into this motherboard. And I don't think what this board does is a huge secret, because I think I posted something on Twitter. All right. Yeah, so this is the original KTS lithium battery. Made in Japan. I don't see a date on it, but that is quite possibly the original battery. All right, so we'll put the this AC Delco battery in. And there we go. I think that is probably making decent enough contact. All right, so got a battery. I'm going to pull the... Let me see. I don't remember if this is one of those soft configured motherboards, but I don't see a lot of jumpers, so it must be. But let me pull this one up anyways. Hey, Trina. I am going to test this motherboard here. Let's see here. This is oh. Well, the version 1.2 motherboard. This is apparently one of those generic boards that I think was sold under multiple brands because it certainly is not labeled very clearly about what it is. So we'll just have to go with. I did figure out what it was, but apparently I'm going to figure out what it is again. So it is. So I'm on the RetroWebs website here. So it's got an Intel chipset. It is actually an Intel chipset. It is the TX, so it's the Intel TX chipset. Which was a fairly common socket 7 chipset. Yep, the Triton 2. All right. And let's see, I don't think I need to tell it what CPU socket because that's only a socket 7 motherboard. All right, so this motherboard has 4 PCI slots and 3 16-bit ISA slots, and that should be enough information to find what this motherboard actually is. And now it's a matter of comparing photos. Okay, I don't think this is a bit board. There we go. I think it is the... No. Here we go. I think I've got one that's close. I think when I see it, it's going to jump out because I've looked this one up. This is not an A-open board. Nope, it's not that BioStar board. No, I don't think it's that Chain Tech. It is... Oh, let's see here. No, I don't think it's Gigabyte. Jetway? No. Here we go. Here we go. I think it is the PC Chips M572. Yeah, that looks right. Because there's the cache chips, yep, the sound chip. Also, the Amptron PM9500A, the Min Staple PM572TX3S, and the Ability Technologies MB586TX1. Yep, that is it. And let me see here. The jumpers tell me that DimSim. Ah, yeah, okay. So, yeah, the only jumpers are for the Yeah, this was one of those generic boards. I don't know why PC Chips didn't want to admit to making this board, because, I mean, it actually does have an Intel chipset on it. I mean, PC Chips was so famous for, like, using the Super TX Pro chipset in the, which also, interestingly enough, there were, like, several different Super TX Pro chipsets that were all different chipsets. All right, so I'm going to take this RAM off this board that's got the big gouge on it that I'm not going to try to repair right now. I may do it later. I just want to see if this motherboard works. So I'll go ahead and put this RAM in. Oh, would help to... All right. There we go, 128 megabytes of RAM. Because why not? Oh, I am going to need something to prop this board up on. Oh, my calipers. That'll work fine. All right. I am going to give this video card a try. Oh, first I do need to adjust these jumpers here, because these are 5 volt. I'm pretty sure those are 5 volt. Yeah, those are 5 volt Sims. All right. Okay, there we go. Got that video card in. Just using it as the video card. In fact, I'll even pull this Pentium processor off this Asus board. It's got the big gouge on it. Wow, there's a lot of dust hiding under the CPU on that socket. All right, we'll see if this Pentium works. Let me see if I can find a metal object to set on top of it to act as a sort of heatsink, because I don't have an actual heatsink. I'll borrow this. Oh, that's not going to work. Okay, hold please while I find an object to use as a heatsink. I could maybe take one of these heat sinks off of one of these Pentium 2s. Or I could just well, you know, maybe I won't have it on long enough to really need a heat sink. Here we go. Let me do this. Let me take this fan here. Oh, and this motherboard actually has a fan header. So let me just take this fan and plug it into the fan header, and we'll just blow air at the Pentium processor. Because actually, when I first power this up, it should default to a an underclock. I don't know if I can plug the fan in. All right, there we go. Okay, fan is plugged in. I want to make sure I set the fan to where it will blow air over the processor. There we go. I think that is the orientation. Let me see. So this motherboard actually does have I'm going to plug in the ATX power and plug in the video. And oh, okay. Those are just 200. I have some MMX processors if this works. All right, so I got power plugged in. Let me see. Let me plug in a little speaker. Actually, how about I'll just plug in my postcard. Which has a speaker on it. There we go. So now if we get beeps, you will hear it. And let me see, the power is right. Let's key lock, hard drive LED, power button. All right. 3, 2, 1. Oh. There we go. And that's and that is nothing. All right, the postcard is showing that we have plus 12 volts, minus 12 volts. And that is it. That's not right. All right, let me... I sure thought there was supposed to be... All right, so let me clear... All right, so I am shorting the clear CMOS pins, even though I just replaced the battery, and the CMOS should be cleared. I am doing it anyways. All right, let's try this again. And I see nothing on the postcard. Hmm. Well, this motherboard might be dead. I thought. Oh, 28 minutes ago. Wow. That is... The sink is being ordered. So, yeah, it's on order. It was not in stock. Okay, so this motherboard, tested and working. And I would beg to differ. Yeah, I need fittings to connect it to. Those Lowe's usually stocks. Okay, so quite honestly, some of these caps are probably going to need to be replaced. Let me... Oh, did I not plug... Oh! Power connector wasn't seated all the way. Could that have done it? Okay, let's try that again. Maybe that was user error, because the power connector was not fully seated. All right, let's try that again. No. Would appear as if... something is unhappy. Okay, I don't... For some reason, I don't have plus... Yes, I've got a drain in the basement. I'm going to install it where there's a rough in for a bathroom. So I think I got to tie in with the 4-inch pipe that's coming from from upstairs. And but yeah, it's a rough in for a actually it's roughed in for a full bath. Okay. Well, so not having any luck with the ATX power connector, I'm going to try the AT power connector and see if I have any more life on it. Plus, I can see the now it goes through the floor. I don't need a pump. I think this motherboard is dead. Well, okay, before I jump to any conclusions. So, this Pentium processor, which was on a motherboard that I can't test in its current state, I guess theoretically could be dead. So, let me try one of these. I got some MMX processors that I've also never tested. And it looks like the pins might... Oh, there we go. Let me just try one of these Pentium 200 processors here. And let's see. Yeah, no life on the postcard. Interestingly enough, I'm not seeing plus 3.3 volts indicated on the postcard. Of course, the system may not use 3.3 volts. Well, the processor is getting slightly warm. All right. The processor is getting warm, but no signs of life. Let me try this other processor, because quite honestly, I don't know if either of these are good. I bought them as untested a long time ago. All right. Yeah, maybe this motherboard is... All right, let me pull this video card out that I don't know if it works or not. I don't have a keyboard plugged in. Let me try it without a video card. Nope. Let me try a different PCI slot. Oh, I saw the IRDY LED blink a couple times. I do have a speaker connected. It's the speaker on the postcard, but it is connected. All right. Well, I'm going to try an ISA slot. Ooh, wait a minute. I think... okay, I see a problem. Actually, I didn't notice this till just now. There is a damage on one of the ISA connectors. There we go. One of the two of the pins were touching each other in the socket. I just pushed them back into place. I don't know which pins they were. Wait a minute, I got a postcode now. There we go. Yeah, the ISA slot had a there was something shorted in the ISA slot, which I fixed, and I did see that I had a postcode. Oh, and then I put the video card in, and okay, well, this video card might be dead. All right, I guess this is the time when I should probably try a known good video card. Okay. Let's see here. Where did I put the... Let's see, that's the IDE card. Let me, okay. Okay. I'll just use the Trident 9000. We'll start with that one. Well, That's... Well, it would appear as if the... I sure thought I saw a postcode 86, but... Yeah, this motherboard is... Alright, so let me recreate the conditions where I saw that postcode 86. I had only the postcard in. Yeah, something's... I guess maybe I should check some voltages here. Guess let me go back to ATX power. Because then at least I can use the... Okay. Okay, so there we go. ATX power. Alright, well... Yeah, I think this motherboard's dead. Guess I'll so I have to tell the seller that their tested working motherboard didn't work. Although then again, maybe I didn't pay so much for it that I can't risk the keeping it to repair, because quite honestly, some of these capacitors look like they need replaced. Nothing seems like it's getting, like, too hot. Okay, I guess I can at least... Let me check voltages here real quick. I guess it is possible that maybe that short, I gotta wait for some polyfuse to reset. Alright. Anyways, so let me, oh, there's... Got the, Okay, so that's... I got 3.1 volts on that regulator. And that one's got 5 volts on it. And that one's got 3.2 volts on it. Okay, well, I think that is a 5 volt. Alright, so that is probably... That's 3.2 there. That's 5 volts. And that's like 7 volts? That doesn't make any sense. Alright, that's... Okay. Oh, it's... Oh, wait. Okay, so that is 3.2 volts. And I think that's input. Yep, 5 volts. And then maybe was this actually just like 7 volts? Okay. I may have to look up the data sheet for that. It's 1.8 millivolts. Probably 3.2 volts. And 2 millivolts. All right, I'm going to have to look up the data sheet for both those regulators. Because that just seems weird. Okay, so that's 5 volts. And that's 3.2 volts. And that's 225 millivolts. So that's ground. So let's see. Yeah, that's probably ground. Which means that I would think is... Okay. 45 in O3LT. Okay. I am going to call the question of the voltage regulators. All right, so let me check voltages here. Oh. Wait, am I not on a ground pin? Hold on. 12 volts at the... That seems high. Okay, that's 0. That's 5 volts. 5 volts. Okay. Oh, that's an EEPROM. I bet that is a 12 volt EEPROM. Okay, that's probably correct. Okay. Well, that looks correct. Well, I don't see any, Okay, that battery's got 3.2 volts on it. Yep, there's something dead on this board. Oh, Jeremy, it is an MMX processor. It's like 2.8 volts, but this is one of those soft configured motherboards, so you have to configure it in the BIOS. So yeah, it probably is getting overvolted, but it's also being underclocked. Because these boards should, by the way they work, detect that you've got a new CPU in it, and I just stopped in my tracks because the area underneath the CPU is horribly dirty on this board. You know, I think I might know why this board doesn't work. Yeah, 2.8 core, 3.3 bus. I can't change that till I get into the BIOS. These boards usually default to like well, they default to some low clock speed, which, from at least what I remember, I mean, it's not... You're underclocking the CPU, so it usually can tolerate the higher voltage long enough for you to change the BIOS, because you're underclocking it. I don't know that my processors are good. I mean, I guess what I'll do is I'll put the Pentium 133 back in here, because at least I think it is a closer to being in spec. Ugh. Okay, that area underneath the processor was gross, and I'm gonna, just for good measure, Yeah, I might need a plain CPU. I don't even know that those MMX CPUs that I have work. Also, I thought I would use up the rest of my can of contact cleaner here. In fact, I might even pull those Sims out and contact clean them. Ah, yes. All right, let me let that dry a moment. Yeah, 3.5 volt single. Okay, well then that should be... All right, we'll go with that. Eee. You know, contact cleaner coming out of the can is rather cold, because I just dripped it all the way down my arm. Because I sprayed this Pentium processor down because... Oh, it would help if I got a table cam. But if you saw the socket of this untested motherboard, that's why I sprayed the contacts of the Pentium 133 down, because that is... Actually, that is not dust. That is, like, baked. Oh, well, that Pentium 133 processor may not work. I wonder if whatever scratched that board might have done it while it was on. I don't know. That's gonna be a fun board to repair. Okay, let's see if maybe... Let's see what that did. Contact cleaner and... No, let's see here. Oh. Actually, I just realized one of the memory modules maybe isn't seated very well. Although, alright, let's try this crazy idea. I'm just going to remove all of the RAM. And we'll see what it does with no RAM. And then I'll put in some RAM. And then I'll put in more RAM. And in fact, actually, I may just see if I've got like a simple... I may have a couple 32-pin or 72-pin Sims. Actually, you know, I might have some SD RAM too, if I really looked. Okay. Okay, with no memory, it should be beeping. And it's not. Okay, I don't feel anything getting hot. I'll leave it on for a moment. Yeah, Just would be tempted to... I do have a video card in it. That's power button. Okay. Yeah, I think this board is... Hmm. All right, let me inspect the bottom of this board. I thought I looked at it and I didn't see anything wrong with it, but... I mean, the only thing that I know is wrong with it is the keyboard connector is... broken, but it doesn't look like it's shorting anything. I mean, these caps here, one of them, this one here looks sus. And I don't know if I've got... Oh, that looks like a high quality one there. It is a 1500 microfarad 6.3 volt. Conacon? Canacon? Conacon? Absolute bottom of the barrel-a-con? Actually, these are, you know, I can't say that any of these capacitors are name brand. Because I got a bunch that have an A in a box that seemingly, I think, are supposed to make you think it's like a Panasonic or a Rubicon. And these are like a Conacon or Canacon. That the script makes it look like it could be Rubicon, but it doesn't say Rubicon. Yeah. You know, maybe this board needs recapped. There are two capacitors that look like they are past their prime. Unfortunately, I don't think I've got any. I don't think I have caps on hand to do this one. All right. I'm just giving this board a good once over to see if I see any like broken traces. Oh, that kind of looks a little suspect. No, I think that's just... Oh, that was a shadow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's a PC chips board. It has onboard everything. It doesn't have onboard video. But yeah, it's got onboard sound and it's... I mean, it has an actual Intel TX chipset. Oh, wait. Here we go. Is that... Nope, that was just some dust. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything... Alright, I don't see any pins that are shorted. I guess maybe this board needs recapped. Although, that is... certainly... Alright. Let me see. I don't know how well the camera's going to pick this up. I mean, that... I'm hoping is maybe just caked on dust. Yes, I'm just spraying it with contact cleaner. Because this can's almost empty anyways. Actually, no, a lot of that cleaned off. Now, let me get my toothbrush and some isopropyl alcohol, and let me scrub that just a little bit more, and usually near the serial and parallel pins. Let me check, Jeremy, because that's the parallel. There's serial, IDE. Oh yeah, so parallel, serial, floppy, IDE. And then I think that's the game and wavetable. But there's the sound. But I don't think this one has an onboard video. Because this is actually an Intel TX chipset, which didn't have video. So in this particular case, this one does not have onboard video. Although you are right. A lot of these, like El Cheapo, Everything-O boards, a lot of them did have onboard video, and it was like the worst onboard video ever. Like, you thought my Trident 9000i was bad, putting it on an ISA bus on this board, but yeah, a lot of those onboard AGP video solutions were like awful. All right, well, I don't know what that was on these pins of the CPU socket. I don't know if it was like corrosion or... Oh, cool. You know, I just realized this is, I think, the original tag that whoever originally sold this board put on it. So apparently, this motherboard... Yeah, there's the tag. June 1st, 1998. P5300 TRT TX with sound. 512K PCI. Yeah. Yeah, I remember a lot of boards we got at the computer shop had tags like this on them from our vendor. You know, that would be funny if this, I mean, this board could have been one I installed back then, because we got a lot of boards like this. I mean, at least at that time they worked, though. I don't know what's going on with this board. I think I paid $40 for it, which is kind of... I don't know. I'm on the fence. Of course, if the seller remembers that label was on it, well, they could claim that I tampered with it, but I'll just quite honestly let them know I cleaned the board with isopropyl alcohol and contact cleaner just to make sure that wasn't it. Okay. Let me let that dry. Hopefully, if there was any corrosion on the bottom of this board... I mean, those pins on the processor socket look much better now. So, maybe there was some sort of corrosion on it. I think I pretty much scrubbed the board, so that'll be the best chance of seeing if it'll work. If it doesn't, then, well, I'll have to decide if this one's worth the gamble of recapping it. So the thing is, I don't see any physical damage, but I do see some of the capacitors on it look bad. And I guess one of these voltage, I'll check the spec of the voltage regulators, because actually maybe I can read the numbers off of them. But anyways, yeah, this capacitor here looks very suspect. This one looks suspect. None of them look great. I mean, the closest thing I saw to what looked like electrolyte was under the CPU socket. But I tried to clean it up, and there's no electrolytics under it, so that was kind of weird. All right, I guess let me let this board dry. It's pretty wet. Oh no, I do not want that. Okay, I'm just getting the hot air out. Just going to use it to promote the board drying just a little bit quicker. All right. Okay. Well, let's see. There's the Pentium. I'm just going to all right. PCI card in, or plug the speaker in. I'm not going to put RAM in it. All right, not going to put the video card in it. I will plug the fan back in though. Yeah, I've got a fan plugged in, Trina. It's spinning. I've got it blowing air across the processor because I don't have a socket 5 heatsink. Processor's not getting. Oh, I can't really feel any heat on the processor. The postcode, I'm seeing dashes, so it's like the clock is not even, system clock's not even running. Hmm. Yeah, I don't have any RAM in it, so I would expect to get beeps, and I'm getting nothing. Yes, let me, okay, so I'm gonna get my multimeter out. I'm gonna see if there's any more information I can glean off of this before I try to decide whether to keep it or return it. Oh, well, maybe I should, well, the cache chip looks like it's got some garbage in the, between some of the pins. Okay, well, I do have 12 volts at the fan. That's good. See, there's another fan header. Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, maybe that's really weird. 3.3 volts. Anyone happen to know? Yeah, I'm not. There's no beeps. Anyone happen to know what color 3.3 volt is on the ATX output? I don't know which one that is right offhand. Is that orange, maybe? Yeah, okay, orange. So I got 3.3 volts. And let's see, that's 5 volts. And that's 12.38 volts. So that looks good. Let's see, gray is going to be. Wait a minute. Is that the gray? No, that's not the gray. Gray is 5 volts. Okay, that's 5 volts trickle. Okay, yeah. There's no white on this power supply. Okay. 3 volts. 5 volts. 3.2 volts. Checking some random points on the board to see if I see anything that's amiss. Hmm. Okay, well, there's. Okay. That's 5 volts. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. Try that. Nope. Okay. Well, I think this board's dead. Although, let me take this one last spot of possible corrosion here. Or could be caked on dust. I can't, it's hard to tell. Whatever it was, it cleaned up. All right. Yeah, I think there's something. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with this board, but probably a candidate for getting recapped. No. Okay, I guess there's one other thing I could do first. Could change these jumpers to 3.3 volts. I don't know what that'll accomplish. Because that's just the memory voltage setting. Okay. Well, I guess there's one other thing I could do. All right, so let me power down. All right, one last thing I'm going to do, which I probably should have done beforehand. I'll just double check that there's no shorts on the board. I don't think there are. Okay, so ATX connector. Let's see here. So pin. So pin 1 is going to be. Yeah, pin 1 is that one. So there we go. That should be a ground. Okay. All right. Mm, that is going to be negative 12 volts. All right. Okay, that is ground. Okay, that's good. There's a connection. That is. Okay, well, there's a capacitor there. That is another ground. 5 volts is resistance is increasing. There's a capacitor. Let's see, that's another ground. Okay, that's gray. That's power good. Okay, that's 5 volt standby and 12 volts. That should be 5 volts. I'm a little concerned about how low that starts on the 5 volt resistance reading, but it quickly goes up. Okay. And then I think these are going to be 3 grounds here. It's 1 ground, 2 ground, 3 ground. That should be power on. Another ground. Okay. Not seeing any obvious short. There's a couple capacitors just don't look that great. I don't have those values on hand. So I guess I'll have to order some capacitors. Okay. Well, at the moment, this board is not working and the seller said it was tested working. Well, I don't know. Maybe I may just report the problem to the seller and see what they want to do. Yeah, I don't see anything obvious that would explain other than the poor condition of a few of these capacitors. Because, like, this one's dented in on the top. I guess I could remove them and just see what they look like underneath. All right, we're gonna do a little exploration. Well, no, I don't want to do that. If the seller wanted the board back and I start reworking it, I still haven't convinced myself that this was worth $40 in not working condition when the seller said it was tested working. Even if I got it because it supposedly has a Win BIOS. Yeah, supposedly has a Win BIOS. I could pull the BIOS chip and read it and see if it actually does indeed look like it has a Win BIOS. Okay, I got the reader handy. I'm gonna pull the BIOS chip because if the BIOS chip was bad, that would quite possibly cause no beeps. I don't know what kind of BIOS chip it is. I believe it is some sort of an EEPROM. Huh. Okay. Let me see if I can figure out what kind of chip this probably is. looks like it could use a little bit of cleaning. Might as well use up the rest of this can of contact cleaner. Almost looks like I'm not the first person to have pulled this BIOS chip out. All right. It's also not marked that well as to which is pin 1. Okay. Someone happens to know what type of chip those early EEPROM BIOSes usually were, feel free to put it in the comments. I'll try to read it, but I don't know. I don't want to remove the labels. All right. Okay. Postcard. Speaker. All right. Power. Nope. Like cleaning the EEPROM socket did nothing. Oh. No, I don't want to remove the labels, Trina, just in case I need to return the board. Because if I remove that label, there's no way of getting it back on. Unfortunately, the label is covering whatever kind of EEPROM that is. I mean, I suppose bad capacitors could just cause it to not power up if the power quality is that bad, but yeah, there's no signs of life on this board. Yeah, this board is I don't know. Kind of like one of those. Yeah, it had a feature I've been wanting to try to get a board that had it. This board is just not a great example of a board. I don't know if I really want to try. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with it to know if I can repair it. I'm trying to look to see if I don't think the board has been bent. Well, yeah, I think I'm gonna just call it DOA and see what the seller wants to do. It's not the I didn't buy it as a board to repair. Unlike the other socket 7 board I got, which I knew didn't work, I did get it to repair. I went into it knowing that I had a board to repair. I didn't exactly buy this board thinking I had a board to repair. I bought this board thinking I had a board with the AMI Win BIOS that worked. So I think I'm gonna call this board DOA. I'll let the seller know, and if they so decide to refund me and not want the board back, then well, I'll try to repair it. But if they want their board back, then all right, Jeremy. It doesn't have the AMI Win BIOS on it though. That's why I got this board. I didn't buy a board this unimpressive just because I wanted an unimpressive board. I wanted the Win BIOS. Because I wanted a computer with the Win BIOS. That silly, yes, but that's what I wanted. Well, now that I had so much fun with that other one that was supposedly a working board that didn't work, I am going to see what this board does if you try to power it up. Because the seller said it didn't work. It's got a huge gouge on it. I can't imagine that it works, but I am somewhat interested to know now. I mean, yeah, I think I can pretty much tell there are broken traces. Okay. Maybe I can at least first take the fiberglass pin out and actually before I power it up though, I am going to at least see how bad the how bad this break is. First, let me remove this standoff that is going to make the board wobble. All right, let me remove the coast module. Oh, I think the warranty's expired on it. Oh well. I think the warranty's expired on my coast module. There's all the multiple warranty stickers. I feel offended that the company that put this shiny one on didn't mark the end date. So maybe that means the warranty is not expired. Okay, so I'm going to let's take a look at this. Oh, yeah, I can definitely tell there is. Yep, that is definitely several breaks. So maybe not as bad as I thought, maybe? Well, okay, I guess I'll probably have to get the microscope. Oh, yes, Jeremy, I know there's a special sound card for this Azus board. Because I have it. I mean, it's got a few bent pins, but I have it. Or one of them. It's even got the Mach 64 graphics card. Yeah, I would have probably not bid on this board if it did not come with that card. I mean, the Mach 64 graphics were decent. Granted, I think I would like one of the better sound cards, but yeah. I mean, it's just the Vibra 16C. But yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, you probably didn't see that. Yeah, I bought it was a bundle, so it had... So yeah, it had the motherboard, 128 megabytes of RAM, and the video sound card combo, and the Coast module. Now this board was sold as for repair, not working, because, well, with that gouge right there coming off the south bridge, or I presume that's the south bridge. Yeah. That break is in... All right. Well, now I guess now that I've got the solder mask away, let's see if I can't get the microscope of... It's hopelessly tangled up. Let's see if I can't. Okay, so that is... Okay, so that one trace there looks odd. Wait a minute. Is that really actually not damaged? Oh, wait, no. I think I see it there. I think I see it. It is... Yeah, I thought there was multiple traces. It looks like it's just one trace. Yeah, I was thinking it was bad. But one trace would be all that would be needed to break it. But yeah, I think the break is right there. Although there may actually be two breaks in that one trace. Because I'm thinking there may also be a break up on this side, but I guess we'll have to see what the multimeter says. But yeah, one break would be all that would do it. In fact, that actually looks like something I can just liberal flux and solder. I bet I can fix that with a solder bridge, because that is such a small break. Yeah, let me see. Let me see what I can figure out. Because that is so... Of course, if that's not broken, then I don't know what the problem with this board is. But I'm pretty sure there is actually a break. I was thinking that I had, like, Because looking at the auction picture, I thought I had like 6 to 8 traces. I'll take one. I don't know if I can find it on the microscope again. Because that's not actually broken. Here it is. All right. Question is, can I actually... All right. Let me see if I can hold the microscope. And... let me see if I can't get this microscope to stay in place. All right, I'll use the processor as a makeshift stand. At least one good thing about the ceramic Intel processors. Yeah, I think that one trace has 2 breaks. Okay, so here's this one here. Okay, so I think that one's making continuity. Yep, there's a break there. So that is actually one of the breaks. And that is actually not a break. So, there's one break. Hi, Thomas. I am working on a broken for parts socket 7 motherboard that had a big ugly gouge in it between the north and south bridge, and it turns out it looks like it's just one break once I got the solder mask removed. In fact, right there is the break in the trace. This looks awful, but this is actually not broken, but I'm going to just flood this area with solder, and I think I'm going to try a solder bridge fix, but with like goo gobs of flux to make sure I don't cross the streams. So I'm going to actually, while my soldering iron heats up, I'm going to see if I can't find my little assortment of tips for these flux containers, because I'm going to get a slightly larger tip. Because I am quite... There we go. All right, let me see if I can't swap tips on this real quick. Only because I got such a small tip on that flux, it will take forever to flood it. Nope, not going to use a scalpel. I don't think I need to use a scalpel. I think I'm just going to flood it. That, if that looks like too much, that's I wanted a lot. So, because I want to I'm going to use the flux to keep the Hmm. Well, looks like I still have a break. Well, I was hoping that maybe that would bridge the, yeah, that trace is still broken. All right. Although that looks like it did exactly what I wanted it to do otherwise. Solder straight to the break. Yeah. All right. Well, I think that might actually still be broken. Yeah, I might have to see if I can get a little bodge wire in there. Well, okay. Let's see what that looks like. I think I will have to kind of clean the flux off to be able to get my probe in there. Whee, rolling shutter. Well, I can't tell, but I mean, it does look like I reinforced the other points beside the break. So maybe that one trace, the area above where the break was that kind of looked a little gnarly. Hopefully that maybe reinforced it. But let's see. Yeah, I may have to try to get a tiny bodge wire in there because that still looks broken. All right, let's see if I can't. I think that's still a break right there. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's actually yeah, I think what I'm going to have to do is probably get my smallest bell wire and try to really carefully bodge that. All right, let me see if I can figure out where it went to. There it is. I only have one size. Oh, okay, Jeremy, so that's good. I'm glad you got some info. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that the Franklin Ace 2000 and the Apple IIc, that there might be differences in the keyboard. Oops. Oh, I just lost my, I don't think they're bridged. Hold on, I need to replace my scalpel blade. All right, let's try that. All right, so I got a little piece of wire. All right, I kind of, yeah, my microscope fell over. Pentium processors apparently don't. Oh, they're not the best thing to put the suction cup of the microscope on. Yeah, I don't think it's bridged. Okay. So one thing is going to be to get this into position. Needs to go right there. Like right there would be almost. Actually, no, it's not that one. It's that one, right? It's that one right there. And luckily, I caught that the microscope was falling before it actually fell. There we go. I think I got it secured on the one side. I think. Let me see if I can't. Oops. Oh, oh, that didn't quite do what I. Okay, all right. We'll have to try that again. Yes, this is probably a case where I would really like to have the stereo microscope, but I have an obstacle in the way of trying to pull it over here. Actually, just where it needs to be, right about there. Right, as soon as I get it close. Oh, wait a minute, there's that trace right there. Pretty sure it's that one right there. All right. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get a wire in here, so I'm just going to try it a little bit. All right. Okay. Now, let's see if I've got enough solder there. Actually, get it on. I don't think it's. I think I'm going to need to put the wire on it to reinforce it. Nope. No. Nope. I can't get the wire in there. Might be because I got the wrong gauge wire. That's all I have. All right, let me check the. Oh, I'm pretty sure that. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's still a break there because. Actually, it does look like I've got a bridge there now. Okay. No? Huh. All right. Actually, kind of looks like I got two breaks now. Well, maybe I might have an easier time. But it looks like it's on the same trace. All right, so let me try this. So let me see if I can start this wire. All right, so start it there. Up on this side here. All right. Hopefully I can tack that. Right like that. Okay, I think I do have a little itty bitty solder bridge there. Hopefully I can clear up. There we go. Okay, I think I got the one side of the wire on. Yay. Okay. And then hopefully now I can bend this wire. I can somewhat follow the track. Oh, microscope came loose again. Somewhat follow the track and bring it back. Tack it on the other side. Like right. Maybe in, oh, you know. My goal, my coffee goal is in the way. Let me turn it off here temporarily. Oh, you know, I think I might be fixing. Oh, actually, I think there's a second break that formed. Okay. Well, let me get this wire here on this trace. And then I'll bodge the next one because that's definitely a break there. All right, so I guess let me okay, so that's tacked down. Get this wire to break right about there. Very carefully. Nope. Well, okay. Not sure how to get that to break. Oh, all right. All right, well, we'll see you when you're back online, Trina. Oh, there we go. There's one. Now let me see if I can get the oh no. I think that's a oh, hold on. Okay, well, I will have to check all those, but I think I did get the okay. I think I got that straightened out. And I got one more break there. It's actually, I think this is our original break right there. So I need to see if I can get the little wire. All right. All right. I think I got the one side. And let's see here. I'll tack it down right out. Okay. Okay. That's not going as well as I'd hoped. I am not enough of a car expert, Jeremy, to know whether that is a silly or not idea. All that I know is that I'm having trouble fixing the two traces beside each other. I'll have to clean the solder off and try again. Okay, let me see if I can. So there's the wire that I bent. Here's this trace here. All right. Okay. That those. So there were actually two. Oh yeah, I knew you were talking about pickups, Jeremy. Okay, so there was actually two traces that were under the gouge on the board. Let me try to get both those traces. Oh, is that the USPS just got here? Okay, it looks like I actually have more than. Oh, yeah, I think the USPS. Or is that FedEx? I don't see how it could be FedEx. Nope, it's the Postal Service. Okay, Well, as I seemingly am watching more and more traces in this area turn to a tangled mess. And I can tell that I think they were all under the gouge. Uh-oh. Yeah, it got nasty real quick. But I just heard the postal service set my packages down on the porch, so I'm going to take a quick break and go set them inside. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, and I'm back. And I had fewer packages than I was thinking were going to be on my porch because half of my subscribe and save order didn't make it to the USPS today, despite the fact that today is my subscribe and save delivery day. Food, Amazon, probably. Well, at least I got enough of my subscribe and save order that I won't be too inconvenienced, but all right. I'm also just waiting to see what the box looks like when I get it, because apparently, despite the fact that I've had to call Amazon multiple times and tell them that you cannot package certain items this way because heavy items crush light items and then require you to refund me. It looks like they, again, this month, did the exact same thing. So we'll see if the other contents of the box managed to protect them, but somehow I suspect that I will be calling them again, and customer service will tell me that it won't happen again, and it will. All right. Well, this kind of got a bit nasty. So one broken trace turned into 2, has turned into 4. And the thing is, I think all of these traces are traces that were underneath where the gouge was. So I'm not totally convinced that my heating with the soldering iron was the sole contributing cause. I'm kind of wondering if some of these traces just weren't that secured to the board. So, oh, I have one viewer right now. Interesting. All right, I think I'm quickly seeing that my afternoon streams are, I think, before a lot of my audience gets home from work. But I am glad for those of you that are lurking in the background and even possibly in a different time zone. Thanks for joining. Yep, actually, I've got 4 concurrent viewers, so yeah, I don't know. The count just goes wild sometimes. Well, this is this board is turning into a repair that's I really need to get my I think I'm probably going to save this board for when I can get my stereo microscope or get my desk settled so I can get my stereo microscope. And basically, the problem is that I keep doing streams and not just fixing the problem because it would require me to clean my bench off and then I wouldn't be able to find anything for 2 weeks. But basically, the overhead rig that I've got my cameras on still, even though I have a replacement, I can't get my stereo microscope close enough to be able to use it without it like being in the way because of the leg of the overhead rig. So the rubber Dremel attachments, I haven't ordered those yet. I mean, I don't know how much good they'll do in this case because I've already taken the fiberglass pin to the board and this is more of a my pluggable microscope is in my way type deal. It keeps falling off and I can't solder and keep it from falling over at the same time. I mean, they might help. But at the moment, I'm just having trouble keeping the microscope from falling over while I try to repair, and it's not working out. So I think I'm going to set this board to the side, and knowing that I bought it to repair, and I'll pull it out when I think I can actually repair it. So, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on this board for now. I don't have. I think I can fix it, but the problem is I can't fix it with the way I've got my workbench arranged now. I need to rearrange my workbench so that I don't have to worry about the microscope falling over on top of where I'm working. Well, I would move the microscope, but that's not the only challenge. Oh, well. Okay, I know I don't really like to show the junk on my desk, but I have this pile of stuff that just keeps accumulating, including the desoldering stations attachments. And it's not just a simple matter of me moving it. It's like I gotta like, oh, now I made my camera unhappy. I gotta like move like a whole lot of stuff. Well, I mean, I can try. Thing, every time I clean my workbench off, I can't find things for 2 weeks. And actually, by cleaning my workbench off, I really just end up moving the junk from one side to the other. I'm usually because I'm afraid that if I actually clean the workbench off, then I really won't be able to find anything for 2 weeks. But then again, you all are trying to encourage me to not give up on this board. I was just only going to give up for another day. All right, well, let me see if I can make room to get the microscope that is not going to fall over on me. It's not like I was going to stop streaming. I was just going to start looking at something else. But, okay, I guess you all have convinced me. Let me see what I can do. Give me a few moments to... Let me at least put things away in the drawers where they probably should go, and then maybe I'll be able to find them next time. All right. I guess while I'm kind of cleaning my workbench off a little bit, I'll remind folks that have joined. I do have a coffee, and, well, I have projects that I was going to use it on. Rescue a few vintage computers. I think I've got the sink, but buy the plumbing fittings so I know I can install the sink. But I'm glad you're here too. So do make sure you smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't already, because that tells YouTube that you like my content and it might recommend it to others. Because I kind of feel like my subscriber count has hit a impasse. And don't forget Marchintosh is coming up, which I have some Marchintosh video ideas, so... Oh, hey, Adam. Adam made it to Charlotte. Well, that would explain how you've already made it to Charlotte. That's... It's not exactly a terribly long flight. All right, well, let's see here. So I'm trying to move some things around on my workbench so I can drop things. All right. All right. Let's see here. Screwdrivers. Oh, you're on your layover. Okay. Well, I kind of, Jeremy, one of these days, I'm almost expecting Adam's gonna to mention that, oh, I got to work on a hospital in your neck of the woods. Then again, though, I could also see the closest hospital to me doing their own IT work or whatever. Yeah. Yes, today is also a good day, and happy belated birthday, Adam. I didn't really spend much time on Facebook yesterday. I haven't really spent much time on Facebook today either. I was tired yesterday, which is ultimately why I never joined Dave's stream, as I was just so tired. I didn't well, I tried to take a nap. I don't know how much that really worked, other than the fact I'm not tired today. So I guess it did work. So it was one of those. I just needed a rest day, and guess around lunchtime I thought, well, maybe I'll get enough rest. I could join Dave's stream later. But quite honestly, I was that tired. So, anyways, that's why I wasn't on Dave's stream yesterday. I was just tired. Hopefully, I'll be on Sunday because. Okay, I don't know where those have gone. Okay. Oh, installing new shelves into concrete. That's. Yeah, that. Necessary tasks. Oh, hey, Chris. I see you're back. I'm just trying to see if I can't. All right, now the thing is, I don't know how well this is going to work. Because, all right. Because when you have a SCSI drive setting on top of your oscilloscope, well, I believe it's a working SCSI drive. All right. Hopefully, I don't realize how snagged I am on cables when I pick this microscope up. All right. There we go. All right. All right. All right. And okay, well, I moved it. And now I'm going to get to fight with it. All right, so. Well, that's. Well, I've got the stereo microscope on my bench. It is taking up a lot of room. For the record, I was not really planning on trying to repair this board on this stream. I will switch camera views here in a moment. Ah, yes. Okay. Has the Sink-a-thon worked at least? Well, not so far. I have one new patron. But I think that's about it so far for the Sink-a-thon. Oh yeah, I had to hide my goal. Nope, doesn't look like I have so far had any success with that. Have I looked into hanging my rigging from above my bench? Yes. But that requires me to actually manage to get everything I need to do it. I mean, I think I've got what I need, but it's unfortunately, I don't have a camera I can easily point at it, or you would actually see that I do have a rigging that is actually going over my bench, but it's just a matter of actually moving the camera. And, well, that just requires me to move the camera. It's kind of hard to do that when you realize right before you go live that, I have yet to move the camera, but it's time to go live, and yeah. Okay, so. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. So here's the board. And I apologize for the no, it's not the greatest of cameras I have. But at least I have a camera that works with my stereo microscope. All right, so let me see if I can get this so that we can both see it. Unfortunately, the problem is that the camera on my stereo microscope matches the left eyepiece of the microscope. I can't change that. That's just a function of the microscope. And I'm right-handed, which kind of means that the board is not exactly where I want it to be. Ideally, I'd find a microscope where the also I am going to have to zoom out because I'm too close to the board. There we go. All right. And unfortunately, I think I'd rather have one that it matched the right eyepiece, because then Well, I think other things might be in the way, but... All right, so here's what we're looking at. And I think you can actually pretty much see the... Okay, I think I might be able to tweak the focus a little bit. There we go. That's better. Yeah. So anyways, if anyone's wondering... Oh, well, okay. I can't zoom in, but so far, because otherwise you're not going to be able to see it. So if anyone's wondering... So here's my stereo microscope. And you can just make out the important logo on the top of the board that's on my microscope. But anyways, yeah, that is a Raspberry Pi Zero. It's got the high quality camera, and that's basically my microscope camera. It's not because I bought an off-brand stereo microscope. The vendor that makes this microscope does sell a webcam, but their webcam doesn't really work that well with their stereo microscope. Therefore, I can't really recommend you buy one of these. But it's not an Amtech, so if you... I don't remember what brand it is right offhand. Anyway, so I ended up having to make my own camera. And interestingly enough, I have an adapter from Amtech on this microscope so that I could mount the Raspberry Pi camera to it and it be in focus when I'm in focus as well. But yeah, so if you're looking at this, you can actually make out where the gouge was, because I think the gouge, in fact, actually you can see it, because I think right there's, I think this damage that was under these traces, I mean, probably was I can't talk. Probably was the heat of my soldering iron probably made it worse, but I think that's where the gouge was in the board. And yeah, this is so this trace here is, it's not broken, and I'm gonna try not to do anything to it. So I'm kind of worried that it's going to be the next one to go. So it looks like I now have one, two, three. So I got 3 broken traces, and I'm kind of afraid that the next one's going to go. Well, okay, maybe I can get... Okay. So it looks like at the moment I have 3 broken traces, and coincidentally, there are 3 of the 4 that were about where the gouge on the board was. So... And honestly, given how bad the board is here, I probably need to... I'm probably going to have to tack them all the way back here, and then probably have to get a little bit more of the solder mask off down here, because I think I want to do the repair down in this area after the damaged fiberglass. All right, Adam, we'll see you later. Glad you could hop in for your connection. So anyways, yeah, so it looks like what I'm going to do here is I'm going to try to very carefully... I think really what I need to do is cut these 3 traces. Because otherwise I think they're just going to keep peeling back. And I think I may need to change blades, so I've got a sharper tip. And then probably do the same down here after this damage. Because again, I'm afraid the traces will just... I don't really want to cut them, but I think I'm going to have to some extent. Because yeah, that's not sticking to the board. This one's, yeah, that's not, that's going to be broken to there, and this one's going to be broken to there. Okay. And then, okay, let me change blades. I'm going to very carefully cut those to minimize the collateral damage. So, oh, hey, Jay. I don't know that I'd call this a fun repair. Because it started off as one broken trace. And then it became 2 broken traces. And now it's 3 broken traces. So, all right, well, all right, so hopefully that trace is going to stay. So now, okay, I'm going to have to zoom out. Actually, no, I'm going to have to. Okay, trying to get to, I can. Oh, hey, Eric. Yeah, I'm hoping this is still as easy as I thought it was. Because this board, I bought it, and I knew it had a gouge on the board. And then, well, actually, I think I might have just damaged the 4th trace, but all right. Actually, it looks like it's still making continuity, so I could probably a little solder blob will fix that. All right, so I'm hoping now. Well, there we go. Okay. All right, so I think that will give me a good spot to. Okay. So that should be good there. And yeah, it looks fun. I'm hoping that if I can. Something scratched the board pretty significantly. Probably rough handling when it got e-wasted. Just trying to. There we go. All right. Okay. There we go. I think that'll give me give me the best odds of repairing that. All right. Okay. Thing is, I only have one size of bell wire. If it's the wrong size, well, it's all I got. Oh. Wow, a sushi bar near your gate. Well, that's pretty fancy. All right. All right. So, oh, thank you, Eric. All right, I have a little bit more towards my sink, plumbing, and computers and all that. So yes, thank you, Eric. Mm. All right. Actually, I think it will be easier for me to. All right. All right. I don't know what I've managed to get on my soldering tip. Let me see if I can't. I think it may be about time for me to. Well, actually, ironic thing is, I have tried to replace my soldering tip, and the way I want to replace it just keeps not working. All right. Basically, the way I would like to replace my soldering iron tip is to start using my better solder station, but well, I gotta buy a new handle for it because apparently the last handle I bought for it was not a genuine Hacko handle. Because I got duped. And I wish I'd realized that soon enough, because then I would have returned it. Also, just because you have a stereo microscope doesn't make. Oh, Adam McGee, thank you. All right. 48%. All right. Might, yeah, I don't know how much it'll cost to get the plumbing supplies to put that sink in, but I might be there now. So the everything that comes in now might actually, well, plumbing supplies if it costs more than I think it will, but then a computer or two or three. I will maximize my coffee tips. In fact, I might have actually already bought one of the computers just because it was kind of one of those buy it now or lose your chance type deals, potentially. And I wish it was going to be delivered today, but apparently it'll be delivered tomorrow. And then I'll have to go find an RS422 adapter for it. There we go. Don't worry about it, Jeremy. I do have someone that actually is local that is going to help me. So I know you are a pipe fitter by trade, which would probably mean that I would, well, which means I would trust you more than I trust myself. That's for sure. But I've got someone who's a well-seasoned homeowner and did a lot of their own plumbing, mainly because the plumbers that their house builder hired were, well, I don't know. They some of the stories he told me while he was having his house built, I don't know where they got some of those tradespeople from, but in fact, I think there was one tradesperson that he actually just pretty much had to tell them, get off my property and don't ever come back. And then he had to call his home builder and tell him, you better send someone else out tomorrow, because that person is not allowed back in my house. Which is one good way to make sure you are going to have to learn what is correct way to do things when you potentially have to double check what the plumbers hired to do your house should have known. Oh, I'm first of all getting solder where I didn't want to get it. Well, I just have these three. Well, actually, hold on. Adam might have noticed something that I didn't. Oh, I guess I didn't realize there were vias there. That would certainly be easier to just Okay, I think the one thing is while there's some vias here, and maybe it would be easier to start the wires at these vias. I don't think there are vias down on the other side of where these traces go. Unless... Oh, those are... Nope. You know, maybe that would be easier if I started at the via and... Yeah, maybe that would be... Yeah, basically what I was trying to do is because since this is a socket 7 motherboard, I don't know if those traces need to be... I was trying to keep the trace length as close as I could. But I think I'm making the repair harder for myself. I think what I'll do is... All right. And let me see if maybe I can get one of these wires down in the via. Yeah, because that's quite a mess. Okay, let me follow this. So this tray, this trace here. So it's that via right there. Will this wire hit the via? Is that actually a through-hole via? Oh, yeah, it is. I think. Well, hold on. Well, it is a via. I don't know that it goes through the board, though. Oh, wait a minute. Not all those are actually... Oh, those vias... Okay. I'm not going to be able to use that via. Those vias, they don't go... They don't have a large enough diameter. I am trying to look to see if... Oh, yeah, Jeremy, there is... Oh, that's right. I told you I would get you some dimensions of the Franklin Ace. Okay, I'll take a look at that before well, if I get to a rest spot on this repair. Because actually, I think I got another... I need to clean the flux off the board because I need to check continuity. I'm actually very tempted to put some solder mask on this, on the parts where I'm not repairing it. Make it easier to repair these 3 traces, although I need to check, see if that's like potentially a 4th break. But yeah, Jeremy, I think the Franklin Ace, it doesn't surprise me that there's no ICs on it. Well, first of all, because I had it apart, but that's because the keyboard encoder is actually on the logic board or motherboard, or I guess it'd be a motherboard because it's not an Apple product. I don't know that I'd be able to get Captain tape down in there. I only have the wide Captain tape. No, I was going to put like solder mask on okay, so that one's intact. I was really thinking of putting solder mask over these two traces here, over top of this area to give me something a little better to actually, well, maybe not there, but over these traces here to protect them so I don't like solder blob them, but oh, okay, I see what you mean, Adam. Yeah, I guess I could do that. If I do that though, I definitely need to put solder mask on those traces because while this enameled bell wire has a coating on it, I don't know how well I can keep the coating intact. All right, well, let me try that new approach. Let me see how that's going to work on this one here. Oh, cool. First, I don't know what you got from Bruce, but I mean, I got a package from one of the Commonwealth nations today too. It wasn't from Bruce though. It was from Deku Nukem. Or it should be from Deku Nukem. All right. Let me see if I can tack this wire here. Okay. All right. Well, there's one. And then, oh, well, that wasn't tacked that well, I guess. Well, maybe I need some more solder on my soldering iron. All right. All right. Let me try that again. All right. And then okay, I guess I am going to have to take just a little bit of that solder mask off the other side. All right. Let me see if I can tack that down there. Ow, soldering tip is hot. Well, I'm soldering iron is still hot. Oh, oh, that didn't work that well. Oh, hey Ryan and Thomas, welcome. Oh, okay. I just tried to. Okay, well that bodge attempt failed. Partially because I don't think I have enough copper exposed down on this one end of the trace. Clean the flux off the board and try again. All right. Might have to. Oh, wait, that's 34 gauge bell wire. I don't think it comes much smaller than that. All right. All right. Well, if this this next attempt also doesn't really succeed, then I'm going to pause on this and come back to it. Oh. Oh, by the way, Jeremy, I know you didn't complain about me using packing peanuts, but you are fully authorized to send the packing peanuts back to me. Which is maybe why you didn't complain about them, because you probably knew that you, by me putting them in your box, that was pretty much permission to return the favor and potentially just return the same packing peanuts. I did that because, well, I didn't have enough bubble wrap to do the same thing with bubble wrap, because bubble wrap is expensive these days. So, yeah. In fact, if Bruce used packing peanuts and you feel so inclined, you can use them to pack my computers too. I always reuse packing peanuts. I don't buy packing peanuts, but I do reuse them if they are in good shape because they are usually not biodegradable. So I will use them until they fall apart and are no longer protective of a computer. And you can make sure they come back to me. There we go. That, I think that actually worked there. Oh no. Well, I tacked it on the trace, but the trace is lifted. Well, I'm trying to do. There we go. That'll. Well, that was a little bit too much solder there. Probably need more flux. All right. Let's see here. Oh, well, that. Oh, there we go. I think that might be one. One little repair. Hey! Bonsoir, Retro Techie. Oh, that is arg. I think I'm gonna have to get a new soldering iron tip real soon. Okay. So let me check. Oh. Oh, all right. Well, I'm not going to pretend to know what I presume that's a car you're working on. All right, well, that's connected. Okay, I don't think we've got a short there. I don't think we've got a short there. Okay, that trace is still connected. Okay, so it looks like I've got one bodge wire. Now, can I get a second bodge wire? Oh, that was the easy one. Oh, okay. All right, we got one bodge wire. Ah. All right. Let's see if I can get some solder mask up. Right about there. Okay, so hopefully that will let me tack the second wire and stay clear of the first one. Okay. And I do not know why my microscope view is flickering. Okay. Probably. Oh. Okay. There we go. Oh, hey, Dana. Welcome. All right. I think I fixed the flicker. It looks like it was a some interference. I think it was the microscope light I have on my microscope, which actually did come from Amscope, I believe. Apparently, I managed to turn it the brightness level where it had an incompatible PWM cycle to the 60 hertz filter set on my webcam. All right, so this is going to be trickier. Oh no, because I'm quite possibly going to dislodge the first bodge. Or bridge them. Oh. Okay, I may have to So I am attempting to repair a socket 7 motherboard that had a gouge in it. And I'm not being entirely successful. All right. I mean, I don't know that it's really that spectacular of a board, but it did come with its proprietary video card sound card. And the video card that's on its video card sound card that it came with is a Mach 64. So, I mean, it's not a bad video card. Sound card, it's a Vibra 16C, so whatever. I mean, I guess at least it is a sound blaster. All right, so let's see if maybe if that right there will let me get this. Oh, hey, Bruce. I'm trying to fix this motherboard. Or at least fix the obvious damage, and then I'll actually try to power it up, because the seller said it was not working. They tested it and it wasn't working, which, given where the gouge was, I can totally see that it wouldn't work with it, because it was the gouge was between the north and the south bridge. Which on this generation of Pentium, the north bridge would have the memory control. Yeah, the north bridge would have the memory controller, and the south bridge would have some of the other peripheral functions. So yeah, I could definitely see it not working with that gouge. And it started off as I took the solder mask off, and there was only one broken trace. But then in trying to repair that, I broke a second trace, and then, well, a third one quickly followed suit. And you could probably see there's the one trace that looks kind of tenuous on the top there. Oh, you can now. So that trace is just going to stay tenuous because, well, it's not broken, but it doesn't have a very, the fiberglass is broken under it. It's quite possible that that it might have had a very small break that I was able to bridge with that when I tried to a solder fix. All right. I'm just hoping that these. Oh. All right. Well, that might be 2. All right. So let me see here. Okay. Not bridged there, but okay, we're making contact. But I've also kind of made this third wire is going to be a bit tricky because, well, I guess I can scrape some solder mask off further down and get it. Okay. That's just what I'll do. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I should have probably made it a bit longer. I was having trouble getting the wire to bend. All right, well, we're going to fix it another way. Because this area of the board is so small that you will not really be able to see it once I'm done. I'm just going to all right, scrape that and okay. Now I seemingly am, well, close. Let's see here. So now if I probably help if I had a little more flux. All right, well, all right. And for anyone that's joined late, it's a socket 7 board. I'm trying to fix a gouge. And even if I don't fix this board, I think I still made out pretty good because the seller described it as having 32 megabytes of RAM. And it turns out it actually had 128 megabytes of RAM. Plus a host module and, well, the cool proprietary video card sound card adapter doodle. So I guess even if I'm unsuccessful at repairing the motherboard, I think I probably got my values worth out of the RAM that came with it. Because I made an offer of $42. I mean, when I made the offer, I kind of was suspicious that it was more than 32 megabytes of RAM, but I couldn't confirm. Well, oh, I might need a little more solder on my soldering iron. Maybe flux too. I mean, I'm hoping this board will work, or I'm hoping I can fix it, though. I'm a bit bummed the other one I had that's dead. I'll just have to find me another board that has WinBIOS on it. But I think this board, there's a Mr. BIOS available for it. So if I can get it working, I'll probably put Mr. BIOS on it. Because it's not like I really needed to buy a computer that used I guess effectively proprietary video. Well, I mean the video card's PCI, so it's not a proprietary video card, but a proprietary sound card. Well, I can see where. Oh, did I fix it or did I not? Oh. Oh, it would help if you turn it on the mode that actually beeps. Uh-oh. So I was afraid of that. I've got a solder bridge. Okay. Okay, so these two are bridged somewhere. Might be that right there. Yep, I bet that's. There we go. I think that's where it was bridged. Let me. All right, there we go. Don't want that to short. All right, I think I have repaired it. It's not the prettiest repair in the world, but oh, it looks repaired. All right. So I will put some solder mask on that. If I think that is actually repaired. I'm also very tempted to, after I try powering this up, if it works or not, take a short break so I can attempt to go get my package that is waiting for me at the hardware store. Because I kind of would like to... kind of would like to take a look at what I've got tonight. Although I guess I could go drive by them in the morning. It's the package that... I sure don't think the UPS driver actually rang my doorbell. Because, well, no, he didn't. Maybe he knocked on the door. And I kind of think he might have assumed that I just wasn't home. Anyways, luckily, though, he... I didn't even have to... I don't remember requesting it, but maybe I did, but... Or maybe UPS figured out that I dropped so many packages off at the hardware store that, that's where he will want us to take his package if he's not home, but yeah, it's just at the hardware store I always go to. I mean, I probably did set it as where I wanted packages to go if I wasn't home, but I just don't remember. Which I guess is preferable for me to driving to where they are. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will have to make some stickers that the I couldn't be bothered to knock sticker and I couldn't be bothered to ring the doorbell sticker. The you're never home, so I just assumed you weren't home. Yeah, I'm never home, except today it just so happens I am home. And was actually kind of looking forward to my new camera lens. The new camera lens I bought when I wasn't really that impressed with the new camera lens I bought, I guess it was a month or two ago. I broke down and bought a more expensive camera lens. Well, it'll be more useful. It will be, I mean, assuming it works as well as it should. It's like I forget which lens it is. Okay. So, I've got the motherboard. This is the processor that came in this motherboard. It's a Pentium 133. It's a the CPU socket looks kind of baked, so I'm hoping this. I don't know if the processor works though. I am going to assume this board is jumpered for that processor. I don't see any fan headers on this board. I guess that means I need to find the power adapter that's on my bench somewhere. So I at least want to blow a fan across the processor. Oh, ooh. All right, let's see here. Well, okay. I guess for a quick test. Let me at least put the postcard in the computer. I can figure out what I did with it. There it is. All right, well, I'll just put it in the ISO slot. All right. Oh. Well, that's weird. I just hot plugged the hold on, something's ticking on my desk. I believe that's the power supply. Yeah, Retrotech. You can call me this afternoon or this evening. Yeah, I'll probably. Well, I don't know how long I'll stream, but it's not gonna be like forever. Okay. Let me. Yeah, that is definitely a clicking noise coming from the power supply. All right. Power supply should not click. Okay, there is something shorted on this board, I think. All right. Let's try. Okay. Oh, I just realized that. Hold on. I forgot to plug the speaker in. There we go. I think it might have been the video card. All right. Let's try that. C1. Okay, we are stuck in a boot loop. At least the power supply is not ticking. Hmm. All right, it is quite possible that my repair is to blame. It's also possible something else is shorted on this board. It's also possible this processor's dead. Okay, well, there's bent pins, but they're not touching. All right, I guess let me check for shorts. Okay, so let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be ground. All right, that's okay. And okay, I don't see any blatant shorts on the board. I do see a capacitor though that is very suspect, or that's thermal compound. This plastic case I have this setting on by chance. Oh, I might need to check the bottom of this board. There were a couple scratches on the bottom of the board too. None of them look that bad. All right. Okay, it is stuck in a boot loop. Oh, that's nice. It's stuck in a boot loop and my power switch isn't working. Well, that's weird. Hold on. Okay, power's on. Stuck in a boot loop. C1. Okay, word BIOS code C1. And then it gets. Okay, don't. Yeah, something is up here. All right. Something is up. All right. Let me double check what C1 is on the word BIOS. C1 is auto detection of onboard DRAM and cache. All right. All right. Well, maybe let me remove the coast module. And maybe I should remove the RAM if that doesn't resolve it. C1. Okay. Okay, maybe there's a problem with the RAM. Or I'm going to guess that I haven't fixed all the damage. Or I got a problem with the repair. All right. Let's see if this results in a beep. Okay. This motherboard is actually possibly more, possibly. All right, let me just try 2 of these memory modules. Maybe they're not all working. All right. Okay. Get stuck in a boot loop with those 2. Oh, well, that sim doesn't look good. I think those memory modules might have physical damage on them. Okay. Maybe I didn't get such a great deal. Okay. Well, these 2 look fine, though. All right. Yeah. More broken. I don't know exactly what's up with those sims, but looks like the nope, that's stuck in a boot loop too. Okay. I got some memory modules floating around my workbench. Let me see if I can find a matching pair. Here we go. Okay, I've got what looks like 2 matching pairs. Oh, hold on. There we go. That looks like I've got 2 pairs that match. So let's try these. All right. I think these are probably just like some probably 4 megabyte sims. It's still stuck in a boot loop. Basically, it goes to detect memory and then reboots. So it's kind of Okay, I guess maybe I need to check. Let's take a look at the traces around the memory sockets. And then I think I'm going to take a break to go get a package. Which will, well, hopefully not involve things imploding while I'm gone. Oh, all right, Dana, we'll catch you later. And yeah, I don't oh, it'd probably help if I turn on the microscope camera. All right. Let me see if I can see here, zoom out. Okay, so that looks like a scratch, but I don't think anything's actually broken there. Yeah, that's just a surface scratch on the solder. It doesn't even go. Yeah, it's just an abrasion on the solder mask. All right. Mm, oh, I gotta take this. All right, I'm back. That was my dad. So I had needed to take that call. All right. So I have also, while I was talking with Dad, I was just kind of glancing over this motherboard here, and well, I mean, there's a scratch on the bottom that I don't think's of any bearing, but yeah, yeah, I'm actually about going to take a slightly longer be right back. In fact, so that I can go get that package that UPS didn't bother to ring the doorbell over before the hardware store closes. Um, yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I noticed the scratch here, but I don't really think that's should be causing any issues because it appears as if that is, yeah, I think that's, I think that's a ground. I think those are ground traces surrounding those pins. I think the fact that there appears to be a cut through a couple of them, I don't think that's really going to be causing the problem I'm seeing here. I didn't see anything else on the bottom of the board that looked like. Well, nope, that's just a subsurface scratch. So I think either there's still something up with this area of the board here where I repaired, which is entirely possible. Maybe, I mean, maybe it doesn't like the fact that I tried to run those wires point to point. I don't think I shorted any of the other lines running through there, but I guess now that I think about it, I don't think I did I. All right, let me just check the. Okay, so here's this trace here, which I think is. Yep, that there. Is it shorted to this one? No. No. Yeah, it looks broken, but it's actually making continuity. I think it's just a shadow because I just checked it, and it is making continuity. So I'm not gonna. Okay. And okay, I don't think I shorted it that. So this one here is this one. Okay. And is it shorted? No. This next one is this one. And yeah, I kind of see what looks like maybe a little break on it. There's continuity there. And all right, so here's this one. Okay. And okay. And then the next three are the ones I repaired. And then this one. And then this one. Okay. And I don't think. Okay, don't think I got a short. Okay, so it looks like I did fix that. So, all right. So this board does detect if I pull the RAM out. I get a beep. So it is somewhat alive. I did get a beep without RAM. But it gets stuck in a boot loop while detecting RAM. Tells me I don't see any. I mean, well, I do have flux residue on the board. Oh, that's fine, Jeremy. I'm not going to. I actually would really like to go get the box that got taken to the hardware store tonight. They close at 7. So I'm going to go to be right back. I'm going to. I don't really have any music, but I will. I'm gonna ponder this board while I go get my box from the hardware store. I'm also going to plug my microphone in because my microphone battery is low. So I'm hoping the 30 minutes or so will let this charge enough so I can go another hour or two. Oh, don't worry. It'll only take me 10 minutes to get there, Jeremy. So I'm good on time. So anyways, I'm going to go take a 30-minute break. I'm just going to be right back. Please promise me that the chat's not going to implode again. And I'll be back around 7, and then I'll go for a couple more hours. So anyways, I shall return, and hopefully my topping the battery off will let me go another hour or two. So I shall return. See you soon. And I'm back. So thank you for holding. I have returned from the hardware store. As you might be able to tell, it is raining outside, so yay. But I have my package from Amazon, so I'll be able to check that out later tonight. So I will, yeah, I'm going to set this board to the side. I think it needs some more TLC, but I'm kind of stumped. Also, Jeremy does need some measurements from me for a project he's working on, so that's another good reason to, at least for the moment, set that aside, because something is up with that board, and I don't know what it is. I don't know. Of course, I could, there is one other thing I could do. Let me pull that board up on the retro web. Make sure there's not like some jumper that does some, just to make sure there's not something like I completely overlooked. And then I'll go grab the parts of the Franklin Ace 500 so I can get some measurements for Jeremy. Yeah, thank you, Garth. I got it's the Panasonic 12 to 35 millimeter lens. So I'm hoping it will, I'm thinking it will probably do everything I'd ever want it to do, including maybe do my dishes. And of course, that's just silliness, thinking a camera lens can do your dishes, but yes. Also, I am still continuing my Sync and Computer-a-thon, so coffee link should be in the description. Trying to pull this board up. I don't know that Asus has any better part numbers today than they did when they made this board. It's like the P/I-P55 T2P4. T2P4. There we go. There's the board. Yep, that looks like the right board. And yes, they have the user manual. All right. I just want to check the jumpers in the user manual. Yeah. Let me see here. So 75 to... Oh, that motherboard only supports up to 166 megahertz Pentium. That's weird. Maybe... I sure thought the HX did up to the 233, but maybe that wasn't released when this motherboard was. Okay, so this motherboard does support up to 256 megabytes of RAM if I'd use 64 megabyte sims. Okay, supports EDO. Those sims that came with it should work because they're all marked EDO. And parts of the motherboard, blah, 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 blah. Mainly checking to make sure there wasn't some jumper I overlooked. Let's see. Level 2 cache size setting. I don't know that would have done it. Connectors. Oh, wait a minute. There is a jumper setting. No, I don't think it would have stuck it at the place where it... Whatever happened to that desk you were making upstairs? I'm slowly but surely trying to convince myself to get back to it. As in, I really haven't done anything to it this winter. So I guess I'm waiting for a little bit warmer weather where I can actually pull my chop saw out and put it on the front porch and be able to cut. I need to make a few repairs to it. And also I want to put a coat of paint on it. So I guess I was kind of waiting for it to warm up just a little bit where I'd actually not mind working on it. So, Garth wants to see another desk building vacuuming stream. Well, if I meet my goal tonight, then I might just have to make that happen. In fact, if I met my goal, I'll just start sweeping the basement just right now. You can have hours of me sweeping the basement, although I am probably going to stop by like 9:30, maybe 10 o'clock. I do have a few things I need to do tonight. Yeah, I don't see any. All right. I am going to check the jumpers on this motherboard just in case. There are jumpers. Oh, hey, K-Mac, welcome. Thank you. A Naboo chat stream. Well, actually, I've got a Naboo on the way. That is one of the computers I was going to use my coffee tips towards. Although, ironically, I already bought it because that was one of those. It's only available when they list them. They listed them, so I had to buy one. So, hey, 1-Bit Fever Dreams, welcome. Yes. Yes, I see that I am, oh no, Garth's power's out again. That's awful, Garth. Your power is... I don't know which happens more often lately, your power being out or Retro Techie asking if he can have it. Oh, there we go. I need to make those stickers. I didn't bother knocking on the door, and I'll send Retro Techie one. That Retro Techie's like, I have no idea what context you're talking about, Justin, and yeah, that would be why I had to pause to go to the hardware store. As the UPS driver didn't even ring the doorbell, or from what I could tell, didn't even knock on the door more than maybe like a... Which, of course, I'm not going to hear down in the basement, even though I had the door open so that I could hear the doorbell, because the doorbell's like right at the top of the stairs. I don't think he knocked, because I saw on camera how quick he was. Like, I think he had the delivery note in hand, and just the knock on my door was probably him putting it on the door, because normally I'm not home, and he probably was like, he's not home. Yeah, I can see his car's in the garage, but he's not home. Anyways, yeah, I got it. So I got the camera lens, and I don't know what I'm looking for on my phone. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was tracking the Naboo while I checked jumpers. Because the LC3 that I bought, that the seller wants a signature on, I'm having trouble having it held at Walgreens. Naboo... well, it arrived at a facility in Pennsylvania, so maybe I'll get the Naboo tomorrow? Maybe? I'm thinking Wednesday. I think there's like some snow or something up north. Although maybe if it got to Pennsylvania, maybe it's fine. But yeah, yeah, I bought this Macintosh LC3 like I need another one, but FedEx, like, all weekend kept, like, sending me notices of, like, it's coming Monday. You're going to get it Monday. Monday is your delivery day. And where was the package this morning at, like, 9 o'clock when I checked? Had not even arrived at Hagerstown, Maryland yet. So, no, FedEx. You can send all those messages in the world telling me that I'm going to have my LC3 that needs an adult signature because reasons? It's not coming today if it's... hasn't even made it to Hagerstown, Maryland. No. It has missed the truck going out for delivery today. Oh, yeah. That is true. Maybe Walgreens can't take it. Actually, I probably at some point will possibly give one away, but that's probably my 1K subscriber giveaway. Because those are kind of expensive to ship. So, especially if I opened it up to the world. Okay. Anyways, now that I got sidetracked on tracking packages, yeah, every time I try to tell FedEx, can you please hold this at Walgreens? I get a weird error message that says, try again later. It's not, which I thought earlier today, I realized, well, FedEx won't let you make that change on the delivery date, but their system has now processed the delivery exception. Everywhere is showing me tomorrow, so theoretically I should be able to make that change now, but I don't know, maybe it's exceeding some size or weight, or quite honestly, given the fact that the seller picked adult signature required for a $21.50 LC3, it would not surprise me to find out that they also checked the box beside it that says, don't allow redirects. Because, yeah, I mean, come on. I know eBay has a limit as to where they say you have to have a signature for the eBay seller protection guarantee, but it is much higher than $21.50. In fact, I think it's like $750. It's up there. So I'm like, hi. It's just an LC3. I mean, sure. I think it's one that had pictures of the inside of it, and I think the battery hasn't leaked yet, so at least it's not, I think it's one that the battery hasn't leaked. I'm hoping this is going to be spectacular packaging on this LC3, because they charged $40 in shipping. So yeah, I paid more in shipping than I did for the LC3. Can't help to think they overcharged in shipping and then just started checking check boxes for extra services to make themselves feel good. Like, we charged him too much in shipping. Well, we'll require a signature. Oh, okay. Well, we still charge him too much. We'll require an adult signature. Nope. We'll add the no redirect. No, not quite there. Well, I guess we could pay for insurance. Oh, wait, that's included. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, the USPS is great, although half my Amazon Subscribe and Save didn't go out for delivery today, but I don't think that was the USPS's fault. I think that was Amazon's fault. Or Amazon, whoever Amazon uses to transfer the packages from them to the USPS, apparently they didn't do that. So I was like, okay, fine. Well, at least I got the half that I needed. I have protein shakes for the morning. At least I got that part of it. Well, I've got half the protein shakes I ordered, but at least that'll give me protein shakes in the morning. So that's at least half the Amazon Subscribe and Save order that I needed. Okay, so cash, I'm checking the jumpers on this board. So it's set for 256K of cash, which I guess probably means I should at least put the cache module in it, because I think this board requires cache. I don't think there's a way to disable it. All right. There is a jumper for cacheable memory. Okay. So I'm just going to leave that at the default because I don't have an extra tag RAM. Let's see here. Voltage regulator output selection is... actually, that is not set to the standard... Okay, well, I will set that to VRE. That's the... Wait a minute. No, 2 and 3 is... Oh, that was set to the standard. It's the voltage setting. Okay, so that's set to the default. Hey, Garth, thank you. All right. This is a weird jumper. It's documented in the manual backwards from the motherboard. Okay, we'll continue on. Yes. Well, yeah, I know that there is the reloaded boards, but that's... Well, let's just say I don't have any battery damaged ones. I do have some Justin. I have a Justin damaged one, but I managed to repair it. I also was hoping to get to the... I was going to take a quick peek at the one Garth sent me, but... You know... Maybe... I just realized, maybe this motherboard is not set for this processor. Maybe that's why I had trouble. So, let's see. Pentium 133. Hold on. So JP 11 and 12. JP 11 and 12 are the frequency. And if I'm not mistaken, a Pentium 133 is a 66 megahertz bus speed. And it's set for 60, although that's not exactly the end of the world. But what was the multiplier set to? So the multiplier is JP 9 and 10. And that was set to... 3x multiplier. You know, I made a bad assumption, and I assumed that this processor and this board lived together at one point in its life, but now I am realizing that maybe the reason why it wasn't wanting to boot and was stuck in a boot loop is because I had this Pentium 133 configured as a 180 megahertz CPU. And it maybe did not like a 3x multiplier. There we go. Now it's set to a 2x multiplier. Yes. 133 megahertz processor, so JP12 should be 2 and 3. JP11 is 1 and 2. Yep, that is correct now. JP10 is 1 and 2, and JP9 is 2 and 3. Okay, I may try this again. I sure thought that I had... Well, I had at least some inkling that these went together. I guess I probably didn't look at it right. Okay. Well, and let me see here. For a 133 megahertz Pentium, does anyone know what the voltage should be set to for that? This board is jumpered for a V-core of 2.8. But I don't know that that's right. Unfortunately, this motherboard manual it's not telling me what it should be. All right. I think actually it is not a MMX processor. So I believe that means it is a 3.3 volt. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, I think if I got it set to standard, should be fine. Okay, if it doesn't work, I'll change that jumper. VRE 3.4 to 3.6, standard. There is a... Okay, I think... Yeah, it's 3.3 volt. So I think now I have this jumpered correctly. It shouldn't be trying to run the board at ludicrous speed. I'm still thinking that 2 of these sims that were on the board might actually be bad. And by bad, I mean, I think they might actually have some of the, some components ripped off of them. Anyways, all right, I'll give this one more try. I'll use these 2 sims. That'll be 64 megabytes of memory. And I'm only doing that because I think I do need to put the memory in pairs. And let's see if maybe with a proper multiplier setting of 2, if maybe the processor doesn't get stuck in a boot loop. Because actually thinking about it, now that I see that I did overlook the slight configuration mistake. I think setting the wrong multiplier would potentially get it stuck in a boot loop. Because the processor is probably like, nope, I don't want to run at that. And, all right. So let me grab the postcard. And the only reason I'm doing that is so it's got a speaker on it. And so I could see if it gets stuck in its loop. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's still stuck in a loop. Okay, that's not it. Let me change that jumper. Yeah, it's still stuck in a loop. Okay. Let me... Well, you know, I don't know that this... One thing is, I don't know that I know that this Pentium 133 is even a good processor. That would be highly unusual, but... All right, let's try the... I'm going to try one of these MMX processors, which means I need to change the... All right, so I'm not going to bother changing the multiplier or frequency. Because it's totally fine if I run the clock speed wrong, but let me change the standard, and I believe for this processor it is a 2.8 volt. Nope. Okay. Or is it? Oh, I'll have to check. Let me double check that. Pentium 200 MX. I think it's 2.8. Min recommended max. Yeah, 2.8 volt. IO 3.3 volt. Okay. I do have it set to 2.8 volt. Let me just check the voltage real quick. Okay. I mean, there's definitely something up with this board. I just can't put my finger on it right offhand. All right. Okay, well, that voltage regulator's got 3.3 volts coming out of it. See, I think that's going to be a ground. Yeah, wait. Oh, no, that's 3.3 volts. 3.43 volts. That's 5 volts. Well, I don't know. Yeah, this board's still stuck in a boot loop. So something on this board is causing it to not. It keeps stopping at the code for detecting cache and DRAM, and then starts looping again. So it's like it can't detect DRAM. I think with that, I'm gonna have to stop looking at this board for the night. I'll have to come back to it. Okay. Yeah. All right. I mean, maybe this board needs recapped too. Well, maybe the traces I needed to repair are more sensitive. Okay, I don't know. Well, I did get the traces fixed, and they're making continuity, and I'm not seeing any like shorts on them, but the board is getting stuck into a boot loop. Almost like I'm almost expecting to find something damaged by the memory sockets, but it escapes me. And I did promise Jeremy that I'd pull something on the bench so we can get some dimensions because he's working on a keyboard replacement for a computer. All right, so I will pull this on the bench, but to be clear, you will notice that I have a part missing. And that's because Jeremy has it. So I'm not going to be able to power it up because Jeremy's got my keyboard. Well, I mean, I guess I could power it up, but I'm not going to get very far with it. But Jeremy needed some measurements for how much clearance there is. So I'm not sure how much of this I need. So let me just go ahead and grab everything. I don't know if I can. Oh, hold on. Seem to have misplaced a piece of it. Huh. Okay. All right, so I have the Franklin Ace 500 motherboard. I have some of the RF shields. I found the top case. But I seem to be overlooking the bottom case. Oh, no, here it is. No, it just got something set on top of it. All right. Jeremy, I think I'm seeing that there's not a lot of room under the keyboard. All right. So if you're the kind of person that kind of notices when half the computer, or seemingly half the computer is missing, well, yep, half the computer is missing. Well, not half of it, but there we go. Can I come north to fix your G3 all-in-one power supply? I don't know. That'd be like a $10,000 to $20,000 repair bill. Is your all-in-one really worth that? And you're like thinking, wait a minute, it doesn't cost that much to fly to Canada, but, well, I'd have to get my passport. I don't know if I could repair an all-in-one power supply. I probably could. I just would probably prefer not to, because those things are heavy. So anyways, yes, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel too. I'm like on a, well, I mean, I think I've picked up a subscriber or two today, but maybe someday I'll have what I need to actually put the Franklin Ace 500 back together, and I'm sure you'd don't want to miss that when it happens. Because that would be a shame. Also, I'm trying to remember how this thing goes together. It's been a while since I took it apart. Oh, yes. Also, I'm quite possibly, depending on how well a particular upgrade I got for my SE works. I noticed that Deku Nukem has a adapter, a Pico ATX adapter for the Apple II power supply that would fit oh so nicely into where the power supply in the Franklin Ace goes. Because the thing is, I don't have the original power supply. The original power supply just has this really weird connector. But it's obvious they thought about plugging a standard power connector into it. I would almost be tempted, just because my current power situation is so clumsy, of installing a Pico ATX into this thing just to make it easier to use. I know some people are going to say, but it'll run not cool as well, but, well, the current power supply situation I have for this computer is just annoying. I have a whole Apple IIe power supply that has the power lead here connected to it. So anyways, Jeremy, here's the Franklin Ace 500. So I believe, and I need to put a screw in one of these bags because I'll lose it. So I believe the keyboard, when this goes back together, I think the keyboard plate is resting here. Unfortunately, this thing is larger than an Apple IIc, as you might have figured out by the keyboard that you have. Well, yeah, this doesn't. I seem to be missing a piece of this. Yeah, it is a bare bones power supply. It's because the power supply was a brick that goes outside the computer. So Franklin, I guess at the last minute, because if you look at the case, it's got a punch out for an IEC connector. It's like Franklin designed it so that it could use either, and I guess they ultimately decided to go with the external power brick like Apple did for the Apple IIc. I mean, I guess I can't blame them for wanting to copy Apple as much as they could get away with in the court systems. So I believe... Okay, I think the floppy drive... Is that... I think the floppy drive sits there. And seemingly, I've got a piece missing somewhere. Other than the keyboard, which I know I don't have. Jeremy's got it. Because... Yeah, there must be another... Hold on, I got another piece that's floating around here somewhere. Yeah, this is Apple II related. Yeah, the Franklin Ace 500 was, I guess, Franklin's answer to the Apple IIc. But because of the way the courts were ruling, the ROMs aren't like a copy. Because the Franklin Ace 1000, they were... You see a small void. Well, there's a problem, Jeremy. I am missing a piece. Which probably means the void might be larger than it appears. Hold on, let me see if I can find the... It seems like I got a plastic trim piece that is sitting over here. That it's kind of dark where I've got this stuff, so probably just a matter of I overlooked it. See, that's the MSX keyboard. That's all the MSX stuff. That's MSX. That's the Apple II power supply modified to fit the Franklin. That's MSX. Oh. Yeah, it seems like I've got a piece that's missing. Okay. Yeah. I don't know why it looks like I've got a piece missing. Maybe... Okay, well, maybe it isn't that I got a piece missing. Maybe it's this plate here. The keyboard would press it down when the keyboard was installed. So, to the left of the speaker. Yeah, there is a void there. But keep in mind, though, Jeremy, right there, this is... Oh. Got to tell you to keep in mind something that my head is effectively blocking. All right, well, here's the keyboard connector, though. So, I think the keyboard... I think here's your 3 standoffs that you were... That when you asked me what those 3 holes in the keyboard went to, I think these are the 3 standoffs that they sit into. Right here, here, and here. Here's the 50-pin keyboard connector. No, I do not know why Franklin went with a 50-pin connector. Considering that's like even way more pins than their keyboard encoder. Quite honestly, it seems like they wanted to hedge all bets. But yeah, I guess there is a space down here. But anyways, yeah, there's the... Can I zoom out any further? Yeah, there we go. Well, with what I've got sitting on my bench, it's about as good as it's going to get. But yeah, there's a little space here. Daughter board over the vents. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it would go there. So, yeah, it's the Franklin Ace 500. The internals. I mean, the cool thing is, though, I upgraded mine to 512K of RAM, so... As soon as I have a keyboard where I can use it. Oh, hey, Ryan. Jeremy just needed to know if there was... He's doing a keyboard for me. Because my Franklin Ace 500 keyboard... a bunch of the keys don't work. And in fact, more importantly, I think some of the keys that were broken were the locking switches. So I have this lovely Apple IIc clone and no, not a functioning enough keyboard to use it. So Jeremy likes to recreate keyboards for vintage computers. So I sent him, which is why I don't have the keyboard. I've sent the keyboard to Jeremy so he can clone it with, I guess, modern key switches, because you can't get the key switches that they used anymore. I mean, I think I found an auction on eBay that might have had keyboards that used the key switches, but they wanted way too much money for a non-guarantee that the description was accurate and it actually used the same key switches. Measure that void from the front edge of that speaker to the standoff. Oh, and from the edge to the speaker. Okay. Let's see. Where did... my calipers are always where I can find them until someone asks for dimensions, and then they go into hiding. But I found them. So, from the... Well, I don't know that this is... Yeah, this probably isn't the best way to measure this, but I don't have a... So, it's 100 millimeters from this edge to the speaker. Or in inches, that's like right under 4 inches. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Hold on. No, my calipers are... No, that's not right. Let me redo that measurement. My calipers decided to just go haywire. That was not 4 inches. Okay, 30 millimeters. Okay, now that looks reasonable. I don't know what my calipers were doing. So 29.69 millimeters. So right about 30 millimeters. Or in inches, that's 1.169 inches. Or 1 11/64 inches. I know with designing daughter boards, millimeters is probably the easier to use. Or metric. Okay, and then from the front edge of that speaker to the standoff is about 40. I got about 42 millimeters. So it's 41.78 millimeters. I think you probably have about 42 millimeters, which is 1.645 inches, or 1 1/83/128. Yes, you can count on calipers to be maybe more accurate than practical. Frank, this is actually my Franklin Ace 500, and I'm not... Jeremy just needed some dimensions. Because Jeremy's actually working on part of it. 29 by 41, probably a safe bet. Any other dimensions you need, Jeremy, while I got it on the bench? Yeah, Jeremy's working on a replacement keyboard. So he's going to design... I think he's going to do a daughter board to make up for the fact that the keyboard has some latching switches, but you can't get the latching switches anymore. So I think Jeremy's going to do a daughter board that will have a latching circuit on it, so that you can use the standard key switches, but still retain the locking functionality of, I think it's caps lock, and caps lock's the big one. I don't have the keyboard. Jeremy's got the keyboard, so... Oh. And hold on, I got a phone call from someone. All right, that was my aunt. I'm gonna call my aunt back here real quick. So she knows I wasn't ignoring her. I did. She called me from a different number because they're having problems with, apparently thieves are stealing the copper wire from the phone circuits in her area. Yeah. Hey Joe. So she had to call me from a different number than usual. I didn't recognize it. Actually, I didn't even hear my phone vibrate. But I'm gonna give my aunt a quick call back. So I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, I'm back. Yes, it was. I didn't recognize the number my aunt was calling me from. So yeah, she's in the process of getting a new cell phone because her landline has been unavailable practically. I think she's told me that people have cut the copper lines for the phones in the area 5 times since the beginning of the year. And I didn't necessarily think that. Well, I think it's thieves that are taking advantage of the potential rural area of where the phone lines are. Although, quite honestly, that seems like a pretty stupid thing to do, considering it's not like a phone line is a low voltage item. I mean, there are AC currents that run through them. So, yep, she had to call me from a phone I didn't recognize. So I thought I would call her back so she knew I wasn't ignoring her, and she realized that, yep, that's exactly what I thought. Is you didn't recognize the number, and I don't blame you for not immediately answering. Because even though I recognize the area code, there's enough of those scam callers that figure out, well, they seems like they just pick any area code and exchange and whatnot. So, yeah. Yeah, high voltage, low current. Yeah. So anyways, she's had fun trying to set up a cell phone because I think the first problem was she was trying to. The interesting thing is they keep getting the copper lines, but apparently her internet isn't affected. I don't know. I don't know. However, the phone company set up her DSL. It's like I think her DSL is coming in on a different line. And I want to say that maybe her DSL is coming in over a fiber connection because she has internet. And she first was having trouble trying to set up a new cell phone because the cell phone company apparently didn't like her physical address for setting up Wi-Fi calling. But I guess she finally got that fixed. And then, yeah, but then she was having trouble porting her number over. So, yeah, I don't know. But anyways, whoops. All right, well, yeah, sometimes our mice goes haywire. Sometimes our brains go haywire. Let's see here. So I guess I figured I was going to take a look at this LC board from Garth. I figured it made just as much sense as anything to look at. So Garth sent this board to me because my LC board is, yeah, no, Marcintosh in 2 days. But anyways, I guess posted on socials as like, well, my LC does weird things. It is very particular about what expansion cards it likes. And so I have this mystery expansion card that my LC death chimes on. So I was like, I'd really like another LC spare logic board. Because mine, I kind of butchered it by accident. Recapping it, it was just the plain LC. No 2, 3, or 475. Or 3 plus. Yeah, actually, this is just an LC. Notice the 68020, no FPU. But anyways, so I posted on socials like, I could really use a spare LC board because I kind of accidentally butchered mine. It was the first one I'd ever recapped. And I guess this cap here, I lifted a pad, so my board's got a bodge here. And I think this cap here, mine's got a bodge there because I lifted the pad there. But anyways, yeah, it doesn't like some expansion cards. So anyways, Garth sent this to me. It does have a problem. basically it only powers up occasionally, but I've actually not ever gotten it to power up. So I believe I ran this through the ultrasonic cleaner because I thought, because I think Garth told me that this was one he recapped before he had his ultrasonic cleaner. So he might have just hand cleaned it. So I ran this through the ultrasonic cleaner and that didn't fix anything. So I thought the next logical step, because this seems to be what Bruce and others do when they get a logic board that someone else has recapped and it's not working right, and that is they recap it. And the reason I'm going to do this also is because I'm wondering if there is a broken trace or something under one of these caps. Although, I mean, I could be convinced to maybe try to remove the egret chip, but it seems to look fine. I did probe it, and it seemed like the egret chip was doing things. But anyway, so I was basically going to go ahead and just remove these tantalums, even though, I mean, Garth did a really nice job on them, but something is up with the board, and I want to take another look under them. So, anyways, I'm going to remove them. I do have a cap kit to replace them, although if I can get them off carefully enough, I can reuse these caps. But anyways, I just want to remove them and then inspect the board because I'm kind of stumped. It's like maybe there, yeah, a recap is sometimes required, even if it's just to inspect under the caps. Exactly, Bruce. And that's really why I want to recap it, is because I just want to check under these caps. Because something is amiss. Because the board looks really good. I don't see any broken traces. Garth actually tried to check for broken traces. So anyways, this is kind of, it comes down to the, sometimes you just gotta remove them and check underneath and replace them, because I mean, sometimes that's just the next logical step. So nothing against Garth. He did a really nice job, but I just gotta kind of check under these capacitors because something is up. I mean, it is also always possible you do a really nice job, but I mean, there could be a little sliver of solder that's bridging to a break in the solder mask that you didn't realize was even there. I'm sure Bruce could probably say that, yep, he's seen that at least a time or two. Even on recap jobs where, in fact, they might even be on recap jobs he did, but that looked really good. Didn't see anything wrong, and yeah, it turns out you remove a cap or two, and lo and behold, there was a little break and a little solder wisp, and well, that's just enough to keep it from powering up, or powering up reliably. Oh, anyways, I'm just going to, and actually, I'm just going to, since this is relatively new solder, I believe I'm just going to try some solder braid to wick up most of it, and then I will grab my tweezers and actually, I may pull out the hot air. But I'm going to there we go. Oh yeah, that's true. If I did But it usually helps to not move your flux completely out of sight, out of mind. I mean, yeah, this will help that solder wick go better. The solder wick does have flux on it, but you are right, it will go a little better with a little extra flux. Probably be a little more gentle to the board too. Let me just... And I may, some of these caps are a little close to a plastic item. I may pull the hot air out to get them off. But for these ones that are where there's enough solder room, I'm just going to use wick and hopefully get them off. I do not have the tweezer soldering iron because, at least for the Hacko ones, you have to have a... Those don't work with the low-end stations, and I keep wanting to burn my finger tonight for some reason. I mean, maybe there's a generic set that are reliable enough for use. Yes, those would actually be ideal for what I'm doing right here if I had a set of the SMD tweezers. But I don't have SMD tweezers. I am currently using my Hacko FX888D because I've got a nice new FX951, and I actually have an FM202, I believe it is. But I bought a handle for them, and the handle turned out to be a counterfeit handle. And unfortunately, I didn't find that out until after the return period had ended. And the counterfeit handle does not work correctly. So, until I managed to bother to actually buy another handle, I just continue to use my FX888D. Although my tip is about worn out for it, so... I had kind of thought about maybe just trying a pine sill and be done with it, but... I don't know. I'm not sure I'd be happy with a pine sill. Come on. Why isn't that cap coming off? Oh. Oh, it was holding on by a thread. Okay. So anyways, yeah, so I'm just using my FX888D because, well, even though I kind of like the newer handle style that the heater's in the tip, so they're kind of better tuned. I guess the heater can be more tuned with the tip. Yeah, I got burned by a counterfeit handle. Well, not like injuriously burned, but in the financially... Oh, melted plastic. Arg. Oh, well. I guess that audio jack will be slightly melty. Yeah. Yeah, I think some of the YouTubers that have pine sills, I kind of get impressions that they have their limits. So... anyways. Yeah, I'll, yeah, it's my tale of... I thought I was doing a smart thing by buying a working used FM202 off eBay. But then when I had trouble with that station seemingly not heating the tip up to the right temperature, I thought there was something wrong with that station. Because at the time I didn't have any inkling I had a counterfeit handle. Quite honestly, one of the problems was I didn't know what to look for. So I bought a FX951. And of course, it did the same thing with that handle. Which then kind of clued me into, well, maybe something's wrong with the handle. But then I think on a stream, Thomas Armstrong, I had that handle out, trying to figure out what was wrong with it. And he spotted the telltale sign right away that the logo on the package was printed wrong. Yeah. Because apparently the counterfeit handle has the logo printed in a different way. And I didn't know that was... I didn't realize anything was wrong. It looked fine to me. I guess what I never thought to do was go to Hacko's website and look at their picture on their website. So, anyways, someday I'll buy a handle for it. At this rate, I might just wait till Hacko does their customer appreciation sale again and just buy one then. I mean, don't get me wrong, the FX888D is also a nice... I mean, it is a nice soldering station. You can get a lot done with it. I mean, it's a Hacko. It does a very good job. I mean, I'm using it right now. But there is something to be said for the newer style tips that has the heater in the tip. You can get better heat control and faster heat recovery. started melting the other connector. What's a little metal on the side of your soldering iron? Or a little plastic. It's just an indicator. Justin was here. All right. If there was any question that I worked on this board, well, I melted it a little. Well, I would be interested to know why you don't recommend Hacko for someone in the US. Because I've not had any trouble with my Hacko, other than the one time when I tried to buy a handle for the FM202 and the FX951D, and apparently got a knockoff counterfeit one. Oh, thank you, Jack68K. I mean, I'm not opposed to trying other things, but I know sometimes when you ask people their opinions for soldering irons, and, you know, not necessarily in the Mac recapping community, but they just tell you that, oh, yeah, you need this Metcal. You got to get a Metcal. It's Metcal or nothing, and yeah, Metcals are, like, expensive. Or then the, I guess it's kind of the, for some of those soldering stations, the cheap clones, you can't really get parts for them. My desolder station, it's like, at least on Amazon, it's like they don't have any of the parts on Amazon. It's like they just want you to buy a whole new one when it goes bad. And yes, I know where some of the vendors that try to stock the parts, but, well, they don't always have stock, so I guess frustrations. Oh, the I don't know how to pronounce their name. I mean, I'll take a look at them. I guess my requirement for soldering equipment is, well, it needs to have replacement parts, and it needs to actually reach the temperature that I set it to. That's probably really my two simple requirements. It's like my two rules before I want to try it. I have to be able to buy replacement parts for things that are going to wear out, and it's got to reach the temperature I set it to. And that's why I'm not using that counterfeit Hacko handle, because the station was not getting anywhere close to the temperature I set it to with that handle. So it's like I can't use this. It's not getting hot enough, and I don't have a, I know they make devices that can measure your soldering iron temperature, but I don't have one, and I wasn't going to buy one just to test a counterfeit Hacko handle. Alright, so I think I got all the caps off the board, so I'm just going to clean up my flux a little so I can take a good look at the board under the microscope. But yeah, I guess my summary on soldering equipment, I'm not opposed to recommendations. And you know, I really kind of would like a station that had SMD tweezers. That would be a really nice thing to have, but that's on my nice to have, not needs to have. needs to have for a soldering station is it needs to have replacement parts, and it needs to have a temperature setting that is actually reasonably correct. I mean, I don't, it doesn't need to be spot on. I mean, let's be honest, if it's a couple degrees to what I set it to, I'm not going to notice because the tip is still going to get hot, solder is still going to melt. It's when it's like, it's when it's to the point that people who solder all the time notice that, dude, that thing is not getting anywhere close to hot enough. You shouldn't be dwelling that long on it. Then that's when you know you've got a problem with something. It's like, nope. AU? Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, I'll take a look at them. I mean, since I got a... Well, I mean, I can always sell the Hacko FM202 back on eBay, because at least I have some indication it probably works. All right, well, I don't think I melted those so badly, and by the time I put it back in the case, it's not like anyone's going to notice. Okay. And maybe I should buy the Chinese knockoff one. Maybe the parts are available everywhere. But I've got the NSD ZD915 like other people for desoldering, and it's like... It's like there's a parts availability issue right now. All right, so... Oh, okay. So we are looking at my stereo microscope. Oh, hey, Sean. Welcome back. I'm still going. I'm looking at an LC board. Oh. This, let me, all right. Oops. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right. Oh, thank you, Biggie John. Sync fund or whatever, yes. I'm 61% of the way to my goal. I mean, granted, I set my goal pretty, well, I went big. Since it was my birthday month, I went big with the goal. Okay. That's just a little fiberglass damage beside. Okay. So the pads, those pads are still good. Okay. There's the swim. So, it won't be sinking. Har, 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 har. Okay. Ah. And... all right, let's see here. So here's the capacitor near the SCSI port. I mean, that looked fine. I was just checking it. kind of check some of these vias over here. SCSI chip legs seem to have a little bit on them. Well, I guess I could maybe reflow the legs of the egret chip. When I recap it, I mean, all right, I'll consider that. Okay. There's C7. Okay, well, that looks pretty good. C8. Okay, that still has continuity. And let me see here. C8. I think, is that the via I was looking for? Yep, okay. C5, yeah, that looks good. There's C105. C3. Oh, that looks fine. C1. If anyone sees anything. Just holler in the chat and when I see it, I'll see it. Oops. Okay, I'll look up that station. I'll definitely consider it. Alright, so there's the processor. Wonder what the LC would do without any capacitors. Probably not work very well. Alright, well. Okay. Yeah, not sure what that little black dot there is, but I think it's actually on the surface of the... Oh, you know, I can't tell where that is. The IC isn't centered. Let me pan back on that area of the board. Oh, okay. Actually, I think that was something in the solder mask. Weird. Okay. Well, I may touch a bit of solder on that just let's see. So that was going to there. Okay. Yeah, that was actually something in the solder mask. Okay. Yeah, I don't have the Naboo yet. So let's see. Someone noticed that there was an IC that wasn't centered. I don't know which one I was looking at when... let's see here. Yeah, that solder there on that one doesn't look too happy. I'll touch it up. All right. Well, I don't see any ICs that are like so far off that there's no way it could work. But yeah, I am going to try to make it to VCF East. If it says anything how much I would like to go, I went ahead and bought tickets. So at least I knew I would have tickets. Of course, that's not the only thing that's got to line up right, but at least if everything else lines up, I didn't want to be without tickets. All right. Well, I think I will. Okay, so I will reflow that transistor there because it does kind of look nasty. And I'm not going to remove it, but I'm just going to I'll freshen it up. Well, actually, I'll wick what's on it off, and then so I don't get like super clumps of solder. Oh, well, that's actually yeah, that is unhappy solder. Let me. And it smells distinctively of fish juice. Yeah, that's some unhappy solder on that transistor, that's for sure. All right, Chris, yeah, if I can go, I'll carpool with you. That's I mean, I could even figure out, yeah, some computer to bring with me. I don't know how you get a table or what, but... If I do go, though, I am really going to try to have stickers made. That is one thing I do want to do if I do get to go. So I can hand out actual legitimate stickers. Well, I mean, I won't judge Retro Techie, because how do I know you don't want a pine seal just to do 3D printing and then... Ooh. I think I just have my candidate for the problem with the board. All right, I got to remove Q3 entirely, because I don't know if you just saw what I did, but the that pad is not attached. So I'm going to have to remove Q3 and fix it. Which maybe some will say, well, was removing the caps really necessary? And well, I would contend that yeah, probably, because I'm not sure I would have necessarily jumped to Yep. There we go. Yeah, I bet that pad wasn't... attached pads are overrated. Alright. Let me see if I can set this transistor to the side without losing it, because I don't know what kind it is. Let's see. But yep, that could have been one of the problems. The transistor probably wasn't making very good contact. And actually, you know, that might be it. So it wasn't making really great contact, so Garth could get it to work occasionally, but then he shipped the board to me, and it's quite possible that in the getting jostled around, even though well packed, getting jostled around might have just been what maybe kind of did it in. Oh, yeah. But yeah, I should have suspected that, because there's C9. I think that is one of the notorious leaky capacitors, if I'm not mistaken. An 8-bit graphic of my hat, yeah. Oh, whoa. Oh, no. Oh, we got 2 pads about to go. Oh, yeah, I kind of got sad news about the company I bought my hat from. I won't be able to buy any more hats from them. They're going out of business. Unfortunately, by the time I got to their website, when I saw they were having a clearance sale, they were out of my size hats, other than like a few select that just weren't my color. But, well, for now, I actually have 2 backup caps. So it's not like I'm in immediate need of having to find a new hat brand. It's just I can't tell you where to buy one of your very own because, well, no, actually, okay, I'm trying to figure out, is that this pad that was here, or did I just lose this pad? Because that pad looks really bad. That one's about to go. This one's gone. And I can't tell if... I can't tell if that's metal or what. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually a... oh. Okay, that's... okay, that is a pad. That's a pad. There's no pad there. I'm trying to get this old solder off. Okay, that pad's clean. That one I'm just going to leave like that because it's already at risk of coming off. I'll probably have to I'll use some solder mask to reinforce that. All right, let me see what I can do about... yeah, let me see what I can do about... because I know Joe's told me you can use super glue to glue those pads back on, but it's not really worked for me. I mean, the thing is, the super glue usually works until I then heat the pad to put the component back on it, and then it just kind of disadheres. All right, so at least I got a trace there. I can try to fashion a replacement pad there. So that pad's fine. That one's loose. All right, let's see what I can do. Scrape the lower one with the blade. I think it's... I think it's good now. I think I got it to... yeah. Fortunately, I think the C9 is probably what caused that transistor to go. I'm kind of wondering if this UD9... not the greatest looking solder, but... all right, let's see what I can do about fixing the missing pad. Find the bell wire I had. Solder the transistor down, put a piece of Kynar... oh, yeah. I don't have any Kynar wire, and I don't have a hot glue gun. So, I mean, I could use maybe just a little piece of a component leg, which would probably be a bit sturdier. I'm also likely... there we go. Is that a... yeah, actually, I think I can... I'm sure I'll break the internet with this life hack, but I think I'll actually be able to solder the component onto this. Well, if I can get it into place, that's the first trick. Oops. Oh, where did it go? Well, I lost my little component lead. Oh, where did it fall to? Oh, that's a one easy way to... Oh, there it is. Stuck to the VLSI chip. Okay. Okay, that needs to be about half this. Oh, there we go. And I just lost both halves because they went flying. Alright, solder the IC leg on it first, then put the transistor down. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. I just, yeah, it's this little thin... There we go. I think that will... There we go. I think this will work if I can get it into place. Well, if I can stop losing them. There we go. Well... There we go. Okay, now that I got that lead somewhere close to where it needs to go, let me, yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. I mean, if you did it 8 hours ago, then you're good. Oh, yeah, that leg is... That's actually going to be too big. It's embarrassing to figure that out now. Alright, let me go back to the... magnet wire. Alright, so I'll use it. And I guess if I were being really... Okay, I don't know if it's because I'm getting older or what, but I keep dropping the little wires. Okay, well, I guess I'll cut another one, and I'm going to have to check this board really closely, because... I keep dropping them. All right. So Joe can do these a little much better than I can, but I'm going to try to approximate what he does. And I'm going to create a pad by kind of trying to fold this over a couple times. And maybe someday my pads will be as lovely as Joe's. I need to pull the footage from my live stream at some point where he was repairing one of my boards while I was live streaming, and pull that part of the board where he made the pretty little pad replacements. Well, it takes practice. All right. Well, also, I believe what Joe was repairing was a slightly larger pin pitch that I'm working with here too, so I'm just going to make do with the one fold in the wire, because I'm already having enough trouble keeping track of these wires. I keep dropping them everywhere. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely having a case of the butterfingers, and I don't know if that's because my brain really wants to go enjoy the brownie I have waiting for me upstairs, because I was going to get cake, but then I looked at what cake they had at the grocery store, and it wasn't on sale. But the brownies were on sale, and they looked pretty good, so I went with brownies instead of cake. Let's face it, I'll probably when the cake's on sale next, I'll grab the cake, a slice of cake. So at least I can say I had birthday cake, even if it was on the wrong day. Well, that... Well, that might, Yeah, no, I think I'm going to probably end the stream within the next 30 minutes. Because I do have something I need to do before work tomorrow. So I'm, that, if I'm going to eat a brownie tonight, I want to do it before it gets too late. I mean, hey, it's been a fairly successful stream, even if I haven't actually managed to repair much. Although I guess the one thing is, the one motherboard that I'm trying to get to work was supposed to work, so that was not an intended repair. The other motherboard, well, it's certainly showing some signs of life, but yeah, I'll come back to it after I can ponder upon what would cause such a boot loop. In fact, maybe if I do a web search, I might be able to find people that have been trying to troubleshoot said boot loop. There we go. I think that will, Alright, is there solder on my soldering iron? No, not really. Okay. Alright, let me see if I can tack this down. Or instead get it stuck to my soldering iron. Well, that's annoying. Alright, well. Okay, well, I burned the coating off of it, so let me see if I can get it back into place. Yeah, I think I can tell this is the, I think I might even just stop on this board with putting this transistor back on, because if I don't put it back on, I'll lose it. I mean, I can recap this, well, let me see how long this takes. If it takes way too long, I may just leave this on my workbench and, well, Thursday's stream might be an LC stream. Spoiler alert, it was probably going to be an LC stream no matter what. It was just, was it going to be an LC or an LC3 stream? Because at least Thursday will be March. So it would be my first Marchintosh stream. And I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world if I leave this on my workbench, because then I'm less likely to lose that transistor. Alright. I think is... Alright. So let me see what happens if I hold that wire down like so. Oh, and you know, I just realized. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this. I do apologize if that was off screen. I keep forgetting that you can't see it unless it's on the my left side, but I'm right-handed, so this is awkward. Well, you know, I think I'm going to have to scrape a little more copper, because... Alright, let me try this. Let me see if I can tin this trace here. And then maybe I can get the Alright, so there's that. Now, let me see if I can find the wire. Alright. 907. Alright, well, if I can manage to get this on quick enough, I can even try to power this board up. So I'm probably going to call the stream at 9:30, because that'll mean I've streamed for about 8 hours. More or less. I mean, I realize I did take that short break to run to the hardware store. But yeah, we'll see you later, Sean. And Sean, when I have my Naboo in hand, you'll be one of the first people to know. Because I'll probably just send you the serial number, and then you'll know I have it. But if UPS is to be believed, I will have the Naboo tomorrow. But being March is Marcintosh, even if I get the Naboo tomorrow, Thursday's stream is still Marcintosh. So it will be an LC stream because it's Marcintosh. The Naboo can wait until maybe if Dave's got a Naboo themed stream or something like that. Okay, well, I think that's probably about as close as I'm going to get that. Yes, it'll be the computer that probably had the quickest time changing my mind on it, because when Adrian first released his Naboo video, I was pretty much thinking, well, this is useless, and I really can't tell a story on my channel because you can't use it. And, well, lo and behold, the community made it useful. You know, I think I'm about to try a different tactic on this transistor. It'll be ugly. It might just work, though. All right. Yes, I am just going to... Because I am having a time trying to solder a wire. I'm sure someone's probably going to say, no, you didn't. See you, Chris. If anyone's wondering what in the world I'm doing, I given up on trying to create a pad, and I'm just going to see if I can't solder this transistor to the lead. Right like that. That's why I have a backup microphone for just such an occasion. But yeah, you're right. My microphone died. Oh, I had no audio the past 5 minutes. Oh, well, then, oh, you missed my commentary on my hacky bodge job. Okay, good. Unfortunately, when you're staring in the microscope, the chat is the least of your concerns. That would also explain why no one answered my question of if you power up an LC without its capacitors, what will it do? But I just decided I'd just go ahead and try to recap this real quick. It won't take that long to do. So that's basically what I'm gonna do. I think I'll recap this if I can get it done in about oh yeah, if I can get this done in about 15 minutes or so, I'll try to power it up once. Okay, let me pull up the capacitor. I think that one is on recapamac.com.au, I believe. See here, LC. Oh, wrong one. LC. There we go. By wrong one, I clicked on the power supply link. All right. Let me see. Capacitor kit. There it is. So I should have one 50 micro. Let's see. That's probably gonna be that one there. 1 microfarad, 50 volt. 100 microfarad, 6.3 volt. Yep. Okay. And then I should have 547 microfarad and 8. Yep. Okay. So I'm just using a console 5 cap kit because I think I was already ordering from them anyways, and I ordered one of these just in case I needed it. Because I knew Garth was sending this when I ordered the cap kit, and I just ordered one anyways. I'm gonna just, for in the interest of time and to not sort out the polytantalums I have, I'm just going to use this cap kit to expedite things. Okay, so the 1 microfarad 50 volt. On tantalums, the stripe is on the positive side. So that is that one there. I'll probably sort through the caps that I pulled off the board that Garth used, because I mean they are probably okay. Just to do this quickly. All right. Well, There we go. That is the 1 microfarad 50 volt. All right, the other special one is... Yes. That one right there. C8. Stripe on the positive. Well, Retro Techie, you can talk about Naboo whenever you want. I just won't necessarily be able to concur because I don't have mine yet. This right? Yeah, that's right. No. One's on there. All right. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So now the guess probably the 10s. There are 8 10 microfarad 16 volts. So that one, that one, that one, that one, this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. All right. Well, that's not the most prominent stripe on these, but it will do. All right. One. All right. 2. All right. 2. Three. Come on. There we go. 4. Is that right? Not a real fan of the caps they put in this kit for the 10 microfarad ones because the stripe is not the most prominent. Considering polarity is important on tantalums. All right. Just have to do 6. Let me see here. 6. Seven. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there we go. 8. There we go. All right. Let me check these before I go on because I'm not a fan with the stripe and stripe on these caps. Kind of difficult to see. Oh. Okay. And I'll probably clean up my... Also, I am kind of rushing a little because I got a self-imposed stream deadline so that I can enjoy one last brownie before the evening is over. All right. All right, so got 5 more caps. And I guess... All right, well, I can give it a power up. I mean, if it powers up, then Thursday stream will probably be LC3 related. If this doesn't power up, then I'll probably at least start Thursday's stream by looking at this again. Of course, I guess it's always possible this will power up, but not reliably. Which I guess at least would be improvement, because I wasn't able to get it to power up at all. Okay, there's one. Oh, might as well just dump these out. Okay. Go two. Oh, that's right. And then the last three are over here by the power connector. So one. One. And two. These in the correct orientation. Let me get that one. And and all right, there we go. And that's one recapped board. Let me take a moment to clean off the excess flux so that I can double check the cap placement. One last time, and then I'll grab the LC and we'll give it a power up. And well, I just broke an inconsequential piece of plastic. It was one of the power supply key tabs, but there's more than one, so no big loss. Let's see here. I am also going to take the opportunity. Oh, good night, Frank. Thanks for joining. Since this can of contact cleaner is about empty. There we go. I just sprayed all the contacts on the board. There we go. I'll let that dry off a moment while I go grab the bare minimum of what I need to power it up. Which, actually, I'm just going to go grab my LC and... There we go. Alright, here we go. The LC. The parts that I need are... I need VRAM, power supply, and because it makes it easier to know what's going on, the speaker and fan assembly. I don't need the battery. And I don't need the extra RAM because 2 megabytes should be enough. I mean, it's either going to power up or it's not. Okay. I know the TDK power supply is working. There we go. It does require a VRAM. Let's see here. There's my monitor cable. Just have to figure out where the Macintosh video adapter went to. It is probably... All right. One moment, please, while I try to find the video adapter that... Oh, that's right. I did not... I don't think I used it my last stream. That would be why I can't find it. Okay. I mean, I can try turning the LC on without it, but I think the LC is happier when you actually do have a monitor attached. And I know I didn't take the adapter upstairs, because I have one that I leave down here. It's just a matter of where did I move it to? Drum roll. All right. Well, I guess I'll see what it does without a monitor. All right. I guess I will. All right. So I will. I'm going to attach the speaker and fan because that. Well, because the speaker. If it chimes, that is super good. If it chimes and then death chimes, that's oh, there's my... I put it on top of my desoldering station, which is actually about the same color as the adapter. Therefore, it was camouflaged. All right. 3, 2, 1. And that's no dice. I mean, I am hearing just a little itty bitty pop of the speaker when I turn it on. So when I turn it on, I hear a little itty bitty pop out of the speaker. And then nothing. The fan's spinning. I have no video image. No happy chimes, no sad chimes. No chips getting absurdly hot. I found one of the little red wires that I dropped, but I don't think it was... It luckily fell in a spot where I don't think it was doing anything. Let me at least fish it out. There we go. Okay, little red wire fished out. Let me double check. I didn't drop any others. It luckily had its insulation intact, so... Yes, the fan is turning on. Fan is spinning. When I turn it off, I hear the speaker pop. You actually... Well, I don't know if you can hear it, because I... Garth told me that if you turn it on and off a number of times, it will eventually chime and work. But I've not been able to replicate that. The signal probing will probably have to wait till Thursday, because I tried to do some signal probing on it on a previous stream, and I didn't have enough information on important signals. It did seem as if it was coming out of reset, though. I remember checking that. Also, I have a note to myself to check my oscilloscope for some component leads that I clipped and, well, didn't realize they were going over towards my oscilloscope when I started clipping them, and then realized, I better check to make sure none of them landed on my oscilloscope. Because at the moment, my oscilloscope is open because I need to create a spacer so that I can mount the GoTech permanently. The GoTech is like just a little bit too short for the opening. Yeah. Oh, this power supply is good. So yeah, just got an LC, no power, be recapping power supply first. Yeah, it probably needs it. In this case, though, this TDK power supply has been recapped. I have checked the voltages multiple times. It is outputting the correct voltages. Because actually, I could put my other LC board in here and it'll fire up first time. Also, for anyone wondering, I only have a VRAM sim in. I did not put any extra RAM. I did not plug in the Blue SCSI. I did not put in a battery. I didn't even plug in the floppy drive. Just the fan, speaker, and a VRAM sim. A known working one. But yeah. So anyways, I think this is where I'm going to end the stream so that I can have a brownie before it gets way too late. And I guess the first thing on Thursday's agenda is the LC. And I'll actually double check my oscilloscope for clipped leads. In fact, maybe if I think about it, I will actually pull my calipers out and measure the gap I need to fill so that I can actually maybe mount the Gotek permanently. Basically, it's a Tektronix scope, and it uses one of the floppy drives that's like somewhere between 5 to 10 millimeters, like too short. Or its floppy drive was 5 to 10 millimeters wider than a standard slimline 3.5-inch floppy drive, so the Gotek doesn't line up with the screw holes. So I need to like create a spacer or something to make it fit. Right now I just have a piece of styrofoam shoved in it to hold it in place, but that's not really a long-term solution. Which is why it's open, so I need to check it for clipped leads. Bruce, you know, I want that brownie. I really do want that brownie. So, I've been going since 1 o'clock. I want the brownie. I think I earned the brownie somehow. Well, my butterfingers are getting the best of me. So, anyways, I'm going to call it a night. I will get my oscilloscope in order so that on Thursday I can start checking signals. Yeah, it's a brownie with cream cheese frosting on it. It's actually, they are quite delectable. So, yep, I will get my oscilloscope in order. I will maybe even remove a few of the things that are blocking the inputs on it, such as a random PS2 mouse, a I/O controller that doesn't work, and a handful of 72-pin sims of random types, so that I can test signals. I'll even pull up the schematics for this so I can figure out what signals are on what chips, because something is not initializing. Could it be the transistor that my bodge looks, well, could be the sketchiest bodge in the world. I don't know. Maybe it's the egret. In other words, it could be a regret chip right now. Something's amiss, because Garth was able to occasionally get it to work. I can't get it to work at all. So, have a feeling I'm going to find something is not soldered. But anyways, yeah. Anyways, well, Jeremy, keep at it. If I was an EE, I would help you out, but I'm not an EE. I guess maybe I'll see if I figure anything out, though. I'll let you know. But yeah, I think the LC is just going to stay on the workbench, and we'll take another look at it on Thursday. Oscilloscope at the ready, multimeter at the ready, Marchintosh at the ready. It will be the first Marchintosh live stream here on my channel. And until then, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. That brownie, I hear it. It is calling my name. So I am going to put my finger on the button so that I can say, take care, everyone, and I hope to see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time, and until then, take care!